Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Francisco Veloso. I'm the Dean of Imperial College Business School, and I'm here just to welcome you to our fourth annual conference. And I'm really delighted to be here, welcome you for many different reasons. And the most significant relates to the topic of the conference and what I would like to share with you and introduce today. And we live in some very interesting times. If we think about 10 years ago, digital probably meant something related to the servers and perhaps something related to the website. While today digital transformation is certainly a word that's everywhere and that we're very familiar with, but familiarity with that word is still a very different thing from what it means for business and society, right? And I think one very simple way for us to experience and to think about that is to try to explain blockchain to our mothers or to an older person sitting at a table with us. I've tried that with my own mother to, I'd say, some success. It's hard for me to gauge how much success I've had explaining. But the broader point is that, it's much easier to think about and to talk about some of these buzzwords. It's much more complicated to really understand what they mean for business and for society, and what it is that is really transforming or not when we think about digital. Because digital can mean many different things at very different levels. It means something to the person, like what is digital going to do to my work, to my team. It means something to the business, right? How is my business model changing? What is it going to be different going forward on the way that I create value? But it's also very different from an industry, right? Will blockchain completely change, for example, the way that industries organize? The amount of disintermediation, for example, that's happening in banking through digital is just amazing at all levels of the value chain, from the front-end customer side to the back-end supply, to the way that you do algorithmic trading. All of that is, fundamentally changing. And so this is really, something that is key. And what is key is that we want, and it's important to have intellectual leadership on these aspects, to really try to understand what's going on, but to do it in a deep way, which is not only to try to decode what's happening, but to think about what are the questions that need to be asked to really understand what's going on and what is changing. And that is the type of intellectual leadership that we strive here at Imperial College Business School, is to go beyond, certainly just the first level of what's happening and to explore these issues, intellectually in very fundamental ways. And this has been something that we're doing in important ways at all these levels. For example, at the individual level, Mark Kennedy, one of the persons that's co-leading the organization today, is investigating, how the future workplace in bank or a legal firm is going to be affected by AI, and using very detailed data to look at that and to explore that. And you have, a person like Rajesh Bargrave, one of our professors in marketing, who's looking of how fundamentally people think and do decisions differently about consumption when they're consuming something over a digital platform versus when they're doing something physically. Because one of the things that he finds out, it really changes the way that we process information at the most fundamental level. And this is really going deeper on trying to understand what does this digital really mean for a person. The same thing is happening when we think about at the firm level, where we have Ileana Stigliani, who's going to be leading one of the sessions later today, studying how businesses introduce and integrate design thinking into their organization to be able to respond to this digital transformation. So how do you take a tool like design thinking, bringing it to your business so that you can apply and do that in a way that you can do a better job at dealing with this digital transformation? Or you have somebody like Gokam Yildirim, one of our marketing profs, that's investigating, for example, how do you take something that's been around for a long time, which is brand familiarity, and how does it work when you have multiple platforms? You have the digital, you have the physical, you attack all these platforms at the same time. how do you deal with brands in this new novel context in a way that it can make a difference for your business and leverage this new reality? Or Yingying Xie, who's another co-lead of the conference today, who's looking at how blockchain can lead to decentralized autonomous organizations, right? Free from traditional corporate hierarchies. So looking at, again, how the industry and the companies can unbundle and through that potentially completely change the way that all industries are organized, right? Or if you take it then to the industry level, we have the work that Erko Autio, another of our co-leads today, is doing, looking at what are we doing or not doing in terms of infrastructural support for digital startups. And he's just launched with some co-authors a fantastic index to help us understand what's going on. And the UK is 6th on that ranking, on that index. Denmark is number 1. And in the UK is mostly because London is at the forefront, but the rest of the UK is actually much further behind. And this is one of the important things that, for example, explains what's happening with this index. So these are just one of a few examples of how, when we think about having this intellectual leadership in terms of here at the business school and trying to really understand what's happening fundamentally with this, is something that we take very serious and is very close to our heart, and is part of our key work for which we're doing research work, engaging with our partners, getting awards for, and getting a lot of external visibility. But it's not just about the research, it's also then bringing it to the other mission of our school, which is education, teaching and learning. And we do that in a variety of ways. We do that by having a very significant presence in our top-ranked programs. Our Masters in Finance, our General Management MSc and our MBA are top-ranked programs internationally. And digital is a very important part of the experience of the students in terms of what it permeates through the coursework and the concentrations, the types of electives that they have available. And then we have the more specialized masters that are also very active on this space, precisely because of the very solid grounding that we have on these areas, in the areas of strategic marketing, business analytics, innovation, entrepreneurship, and fintech, all, again, programs that are very highly ranked. These are areas that we really bring in the digital in a very important way. And in fact, I was just talking to a graduate, for example, of our strategic marketing program, and he was telling me that one of the reasons that he came to the strategic marketing program is because how much he realized that digital was so much at the heart of what's happening with this program, or how we're helping power some of this digital transformation. I was having dinner the other day with GLA Piper, a partner that we have in one of our research works, and they were talking about how 2 of the graduates from our business analytics masters are making a huge difference in looking at some of the data and analytics works that they're doing inside a legal firm. But we're also investing in this significantly because of our own capabilities in terms of delivering things digitally. So if we think that digital is important, it would be odd if we would not be pushing the digital delivery ourselves. And so 5-6 years ago, we made a very significant investment in creating an EdTech lab to be at the forefront of what it is to deliver digital education. We started internally, but then we moved and we offer a global online MBA that has been extremely successful. This year, we started Business Analytics Online that has been equally successful. And we feel that over the next few years, we will offer a variety of other new programs digitally because of the capabilities that we've been able to develop. And these capabilities is not just about doing things through a standard digital platform, is about innovating using digital platforms. And for example, the effort that we did recently about bringing in hologram technology as a way to delivery education is part of this pushing the boundary of trying to understand how can you really leverage digital tools in unique, novel ways to basically deliver education in a fundamentally new and significant way. And this, of course, then pushes through the way that we engage with our executives. Our executive education, not surprisingly, has a plethora of offer, but a very important and growing offer in this area, like a digital transformation strategy program. We're making inroads into leadership in the technology-driven world, and digital leadership, digital banking, all the things that we, precisely because of the investment that we're doing in this area, we feel we can and will be pushing the frontier of our understanding. But intellectual leadership education is not a one-way street. We need to do that with what's happening around us, with our partners, with the community. And this is what this conference is about today. We want to invite some of our trusted partners to come here, certainly to share with you what's happening on this space, and to basically create an engagement around this important transformation, the digital transformation, and to learn about what's happening, but what are the important problems that are not yet answered, and that we, as the Business School of Imperial College, can really play an important role. And we feel that we are really uniquely positioned to do so, because the rest of Imperial College is really at the forefront of developing the technology that is powering much of this digital transformation. And so because of the close relationship that we have with the rest of college, we feel that we're uniquely positioned to be that filter, to be that anticipator, to be that unit that helps push our understanding into the future. And this is a very strategic area for the business school, around which we're planning over the next year to launch a major initiative for which we will be enlisting, hopefully, some of you as our partners to help us develop that, to really make a difference. And if you think of outside of the U.S., and there's some pretty good schools in the U.S. that are doing this. Think about places like MIT or Cornell. But if you think outside the U.S., there's really no other place like Imperial College to help us understand what's happening with this digital transformation, and to help do that for the benefit of business and society. That's the way that we feel that we are uniquely positioned to do here at the business school. That's a very significant part of our investment now and into the future. But this is investment that we're doing with you, our partners. And therefore, I'd like just to finalize by thanking you for coming, for accepting our invitation. I'd like to thank our speakers, for coming and sharing, our leads of the conference. It's a lot of work, and so it's also the internal recognition that you stepped up and put the effort to organize this conference on the academic side as well. Megan and the rest of the conference team that put it together. This is also a thank you for you to put all this together. And my final thank is to Ian for coming, and our Provost, Ian Wembley, to come and share a little bit of the conference and some words as well for the introduction. So welcome, and looking forward for a very nice and productive day.
Well, thank you, Francisco. Let me add, excuse me, let me add my welcome to that of Francisco to Imperial College. As Francisco said, I'm Ian Wormsley, the Provost. I'm new here, even newer than Francisco, so I'm just getting to know the place. My background is as a physicist, so the topic of this conference, whilst of interest to me, is certainly not in an area that I know a great deal about. Nevertheless, I will use digital technologies, if you'll excuse me. The business school has been a key part of Imperial for a number of years, and it has become a convening place for a number of different foci of college activity. And the conference that you're at here today, I think, illustrates that well in its ability to bring together key people from the business and the world of commerce and our academics and others. It is an important part of the college because it is adopting a distinctive and leveraging a distinctive role within the college itself. And I'll turn to that a little more in a moment. But it's also been growing in a significant way. In the past decade, there's been a growth of about a factor of 3 in the number of students. And even better, there's been a growth in a factor of 4 in the number of applications. And that trajectory, I think, has fueled a prominence that is just now coming to bear fruit. part of that growth has been the establishment of important and leading centers like Brevin Howard, where the school has established itself as a world leader in a number of areas, such as finance. And that is reflected in the strategy for the school that Francisco has been developing over the past year. And I found that a really exciting and compelling strategy because it fits in and provides a way in which the character of the school fits with the college and utilizes the strengths of the college to provide a set of programs and a profile that is unique. It doesn't try and play the normal, chase the normal kind of metrics. It fits in with the school and I think helps, it fits in with the college and helps drive that in a very important way. For that reason, the school strategy is right at the heart of what the college's academic strategy is building around, and the sort of multidisciplinary themes that draw not only on technology but the interface with society and the ability to make transformation through that route, I think is really, really important. That strategy, of course, includes not only a framework for growth, but to do that in a way that builds on some of that technology leverage. As Francisco said, today's conference is around digital transformation, but it's also, the school will be also addressing a number of other global challenges based on the ability to derive a multidisciplinary collaboration across the different disciplines in science, engineering, and medicine around the college. It's a world-leading center for educational technology, and it leverages the London location, I think, in a compelling way. And that recipe of fantastic science and technology in London is I think, one which will be a very successful one for the future. But London is a big place, and it is not only South Kensington that is part of the college's future. As I'm sure you know, we have a growing and very exciting campus out at White City, and the business school will also be at the heart of the development of that campus as well. Indeed, from later this year, it will have a new presence in a set of buildings that we are building particularly to deal with the interface of research and impact, an innovation center that will allow new companies to grow and partner companies to join us on that site. That, I think, places the business school in a really critically important position for our, not only for the way our research interfaces with the world across the wider college, but also new opportunities for students. And for me, that's an extremely exciting vision that I look forward to participating with Francisco and colleagues across the school in delivering. So that ambitious vision that Francisco and colleagues have framed, the support of the college, I think bode for a really compelling future, and I hope that you will all continue to be part of that future as we make our way in the world. So thank you for coming to visit us here. We really value the sorts of inputs that you are able to make and the partnerships that you provide for us. I hope you have an enjoyable day, and I hope you get to learn not only a bit about some of the important topics around digital transformation, but a little bit more about the college too. So welcome and thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Kennedy. I'm one of the academic organizers for today, along with my other two, Ying Ying and Erko. Do you guys want to just stand and wave really quickly so you know? You're going to see them a bit later. It falls to me to now frame the day, which I'll do quickly. Here we go. So our day here is not just about innovators, venture capital, the people that are kind of the challengers, but also about incumbents. It's a bit of both. But particularly, digital transformation is necessary for those that are doing things one way and have to change it, as opposed to you're starting from scratch. So that's our focus. If you watch the promotional video, you know that we promise that we'll demystify the concept, that we'll give you some real stories of journeys of change along the way, practical takeaways, and hopefully some stuff for you to do when you leave, or at least try. So that's the goal. But before we get into it, I just want to say about this digital transformation thing, we just kind of have to keep it real and ask, is this even a thing? And you know, if you are wondering, you're in good company. As an academic, I'm sort of paid to be cranky. When we get together, we kind of try to outsnark each other sometimes, to be honest. And on this, we're going to say yes. And we hope that you'll sort of have your own view and chime that in as we go. This is what we think it means on the demystification thing. Imagination for operational improvement, change in technology, courage in technology adoption, perseverance in implementation, leadership through change management, and then designing new offerings through what we call demand abstraction. We'll explain that as we go. So about the whole digital age thing, we're talking about this as reimagining business for the digital age. This is a little warning. People will say things like, this is big, it's huge, believe it, it's coming, it's going to hit you hard. And this happens a lot in business. The industrial era, the chemical century, the atomic age, the jet age, the space age, you get the idea. There's lots of these ages, you know, they come and go pretty quickly. If you're old like me, they age you quite a bit. The computer and information age kind of coming closer to what we're talking about now, here today. Famous nerds here. Internet age. I'm skipping a whole bunch of ages that we could talk about here. And now digital. So what is that? Well, you've heard probably social, mobile, cloud, data, analytics, ad tech, fintech, prop tech, ed tech. I didn't put that one in there. And there's many more techs. You know, they just keep having babies all the time. And the thing about this is it's changing life and business all at the same time. And that's what makes this kind of different from like re-engineering or making a better supply chain, stuff like this. It's kind of coming from the personal almost to business. And that pushes us really hard. As we think about what this looks like, bad news, the crystal ball is cracked. So we're just telling you this right now. We don't have a crystal ball to see the future. Think AI, 50 years old. We thought HAL 9000 was just around the corner. We thought we'd be making that, you know, that kind of intelligence into people that walk around and talk. Hasn't happened. AI winter, very tough for people that this is their business. Just kind of getting over that. By the way, as an undergrad, I started kind of doing AI back in the day. I know I'm very old for that, but it was true. Took a break, now back at it. Very exciting. Why does this sort of overpromise, underdeliver thing happen? This is just a thing that happens when you get entrepreneurs, innovators, journalists, academics together. And it can get ugly. And whenever it happens, it just always seems like such a good idea at the time, but then really isn't. So that's the backdrop for the day. And here's the plan. Our opening keynotes, excited about. We're going to get some vision and some big picture thinking. We have two speakers that I'll introduce in turn, I'm very excited about. Then we're going to go to pathways, alternate routes to actually develop these changes. Design, creativity is not optional in this, you'll hear that. And then we're going to look at sort of sector-specific, context-specific tailoring of the journeys that you might make. And then as a close, I'll tell you a little story that gives you a chance to give your reactions and has a feel-good send-off. That's the plan for the day. Okay? All right, I think we're about ready to go. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker for the day. We're very privileged and grateful to have with us the Right Honourable the Lord Mayor from the City of London, Alderman Peter Estlin, who's going to come and talk to us. I've had a chance to hear his commitment and passion for this topic in the Digital UK Working Group, and I think you're in for a treat. So please welcome for me the Lord Mayor.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and very much thank you to Imperial College for inviting me here this morning. Today is all about how we, as humans, are going to adapt to the technological change and how arguably both society and, importantly, business, ensure that we take everyone with us. Now, of course, progress is a narrative. It's a narrative we find everywhere, whether it's in technology, infrastructure, or scientific discovery. But it can make us dulled to the sheer speed of change that's taking place. And only 2 weeks ago, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the invention of the internet. And back then in 1989, did we imagine where we would be today in terms of the evolution of technology, in terms of computers, mobile phones? So it makes you wonder where we will be in another 30 years' time, because that rate of progress, that level of innovation, in my view, is only accelerating as we truly leverage AI, quantum computing, and robotics, et cetera, et cetera. And nowhere is this, in my view, more evident than in the world of work. So much so now that I believe it's impossible to predict precisely the jobs of the future. So we are presented in many ways with a distinct problem, one that I believe this business school is seeking to address, and one that I am certainly going to focus on this morning. And that is, I think we do need to fundamentally rethink the way in which we educate and train people for the business world of tomorrow, not just as employees, but also as consumers. And as Lord Mayor, I'm promoting that through my own campaign, Shaping Tomorrow's City Today, which seeks to position London and the UK as forward-thinking in terms of the practical and social changes brought about through the digital revolution. I'm focused really on three elements. One, promoting the innovation and technology that is fundamentally driving our economy. Secondly, championing the digital skills that are actually vital to our future. And third, and equally important, addressing the impact of this and the importance of creating digital and social inclusion. And through the campaign, we are engaging with government, with business, with regulators, with educators and students to ensure that we are nurturing the talent that will drive society forward, not just here in the UK, but internationally, as the UK continues to remain a global leader. But we also need to focus on the importance of society as a whole. Now, as we heard briefly from Mark, this is not the first time in the UK's history where advancements in technology have forced us to rethink our offer of education and training. Following the industrial revolutions of the 18th, 19th and 20th centuries, demand grew, as we saw, for cognitively skilled workers, resulting in the concept in the early 20th century of IQ as a measure of human intelligence in the industrial world. And later the focus towards the back of the 20th century on EQ, the construct of soft skills as critical to business performance, but also for helping to create greater social cohesion. But now in the 21st century, there is a new measure of intelligence, DQ, the concept of a digital intelligence quotient, combining the social, emotional, and cognitive abilities that enable individuals to meet the challenges of digital life and adapt accordingly. Now, this isn't my own coinage. This is the work of Dr. Yeoshin Park, a Korean lady who presented her initial concepts to the World Economic Forum back in 2016. And she developed the constructs through analysing 20 existing global approaches to digital skills according to three requirements. Digital citizenship, providing a basic but necessary understanding of the digital technologies in the ways that are and ensure that we are safe and responsible in society. But secondly, digital creativity, the ability to become part of the digital ecosystem, to create content and turn ideas into reality. And thirdly, digital entrepreneurship, going even further, gaining the ability to use digital technology to solve global challenges and create new opportunities. Now, it's vital that, in my view, we teach everyone, students about to enter the world of work, those already in work, and those who've left work, about these skills. And as educational professionals, as business leaders, as researchers, we need to encourage a construct of lifelong learning, which encourages resilience, courage, creativity, and emotional understanding, inherently human skills, but that will work alongside digital capabilities. Now, according to Deloitte, it is these inherently human skills which have been shown to prove to be most resilient to economic change and automation, and which will be critical and necessary in a continued digitized society. The challenge, however, is that these human skills, these innately human skills, are currently receiving far less attention in our education systems and workplace. We are focusing much more acutely on pure technical skills. Some work that Accenture and the City of London have done over the last few weeks and months analysed 140 of the UK's major digital initiatives, categorising each of these by the digital skills which they harness most. Now, over 80% of the initiatives supported people improving digital literacy, and over 60% supporting digital communication. But comparatively fewer of the initiatives, 20%, offered training around digital rights, and even less around education on digital emotional intelligence. And as an aside, if we look at some of the broader facts that unfortunately exist in society today, suicide is the largest cause of death of people under the age of 34. Now, the longitudinal analysis is too short to determine whether, in fact, the move towards greater levels of social media, digitization, greater screen time is having a fundamental impact. But nevertheless, it is a factor that we need to continue to monitor. So digital skills are broad, and as such, we must provide a broad and comprehensive set of digital training. And that's very much one of the ways in which the City of London is seeking to address this, through a coalition of digital intelligence in partnering with organisations like BT, Pearson, Accenture and Barclays. A coalition that will provide a platform for partner organisations to coordinate their efforts to improve digital literacy and to share understanding for the advancement of digital intelligence. And it's a UK coalition that would focus on digital skills that we all need to become fully engaged citizens in the 21st century. But ladies and gentlemen, the sheer speed of change by its nature is creating levels of uncertainty. And at best, what we can do is to seek to understand the potential outcomes and impact. And as I said, many of the future jobs have not yet been created, nor has the technology that we will work with. So the biggest challenge we face when it comes to skilling us all for the future work is we don't know what that will look like, yet we need to develop the inherent skills that will be critical. Now, it would be natural to take all what I've said and to be slightly daunted and fazed by the scale of that challenge. But we must embrace it. Our resilience, our skill in dealing with ambiguity, our intellectual capabilities are all part of what I've been speaking about. And our ability to adapt and flourish is innately part of our capability to innovate. And today's conference is titled Digital Transformation, Reimagining Business for the Digital Age. And that word reimagining is crucial here. Because what if, through the advances of automation and digital technology, that in 10, 20, 30, 40 years' time, we only work 2 days a week? What would that look like? What would we do with our time? Would we progress even further and faster using our creativity? Would we have more time to engineer more technology and more solutions? So it's a thrilling prospect that a human progress could be continually fueled by innovation. And as such, our approach to innovation, just like our approach to technology, must also come from a place of innovation, an approach which is open to imagination, where we are creating that experimental learning, we are captivating the creative minds of our younger people, as well as our older generations. but it also encourages such skills as resilience and curiosity and analysis, the creating the building blocks that will enable us and adapt to change in the future. And I believe every one of us, whether we are CEOs, academic researchers, have a part to play in shaping this skills agenda for the 21st century. It is not one thing that can be left to one part of our institution. And in closing, I would say that the words of William Gibson, the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for our next speaker, we're planning to keep things moving along so that we're able to have some conversation with you about this. It's my pleasure to introduce Matthew Taylor, who is a thinker, a writer, a leader. After a career in politics, has been leading the RSA, the Royal Society of Arts, Manufacturers and Commerce. Very appropriate to be with us here today. Thank you, Matthew. To you.
Well, thank you. So the first thing I want to say is that it's incredibly important to avoid technological determinism, which is a feature of the conversations that we have about the digital future. Part of the reason we have a problem is that if you want to get a book publicized in the newspapers, it's a very good idea to give a very specific, very large figure of how many jobs are going to be lost, preferably as quickly as possible. So a press release that says, my new book predicts that 30% of jobs will be gone by next Wednesday is slightly more likely to get covered than a book which tells the truth, which is we really don't know how many jobs are going to go, and probably we'll invent new jobs, but it's all terribly complicated. And so we live in a world of exaggerated predictions and certainties. So we should avoid technological determinism because we don't really know the future nearly as well as we think we're going to, that we do. I'm trying to persuade the RSA, the organisation I run, to have an annual lecture called the 5 Years to Driverless Cars lecture. We could have started having that lecture 5 years ago, and I'm absolutely confident we'll still be having it in at least 5 years' time and possibly beyond that. An example of why we should avoid technological determinism is the music industry. If we'd gone back 10 years ago at a conference of music industry executives, they'd had their head in their hands. They would have said, what is the future of our industry in the context of digital? All these kids are pirating the music. Streaming is very low value. We have no value proposition. What they failed to predict was two things. First of all, that your mobile device would turn into a mixture of a radio station and a record collection. I'm old enough to remember when you used to have to go into a special room in your house to listen to music. You know, I used to say to people, come into my bedroom to listen to music. I mean, it was obviously it was a euphemism, but and now people listen to music all the time. There's probably people in this room right now ignoring me and listening to Led Zeppelin's greatest hits through their earphones. I don't blame you. Secondly, we didn't predict that in this godforsaken country in terms of weather, that we go from having 5 music festivals every summer to 1,000 music festivals every summer. And that the business model would just shift. And it would no longer be that you went on tour to sell your record, but you instead put music free on YouTube in order to sell tickets to your concert, and anyway, you made a lot of money out of your Instagram channel, etc., etc. So technological determinism is stupid because actually we don't really know. But it's also catastrophic politics. So a few years ago, maybe another speaker at that conference where they were saying the music industry was over, they might have had another speaker talking about how the world was flat and how globalization was an unstoppable force that would have winners and losers, but the losers just need to kind of suck it up. That globalization would mean certain things that you cared about, like national sovereignty, would just have to kind of go, old-fashioned ideas. That globalization, financial globalization, was very complicated, but you didn't need to worry your heads with it because there were these really clever people in banks and they kind of understood it all and it was all going to be fine. Now we laugh, but you know, that's why we've got Trump, that's why we've got Brexit, that's why we've got populism, because that reductive account of globalization and the policies that flowed from that reductive account of globalization disrespected people, disrespected what they cared about, disrespected the fact that people don't like being told they have no agency. But then when people talk about technology, it's the same tune. It's an unstoppable force. There'll be winners and losers, but the losers just need to suck it up. It'll have benefits, it'll have downsides. You know, your privacy, protecting your children, having a tax system that works. Never mind. And don't worry about the fact that you don't really understand it, because there's these guys in California and they wear jeans and they care about their kids and they donate 0.1% of their income to charity, so it's all going to be fine. I mean, that's already kind of falling apart, I think, as a narrative, but it's still there. So the first thing I want to say to you is resist technological determinism, because it's empirically problematic and politically catastrophic. And I want to recommend to you that you should read 2 documents. I'm sure, by the way, that this is, when I say you should read 2 documents, this is on top of all the documents from Imperial College Business School, which I'm sure you must read as an absolute priority. But there are 2 other documents beyond the business school's brilliant work. First, you should read a document produced by my own organisation, the RSA, and it's called 4 Futures of Work. And what we did in that document was we looked at 2 sets of variables. Firstly, the unknowables about technology, and I've talked a bit about that we really don't know whether technology is going to change things. Yes, it is true that blockchain is very exciting, but it's also true that blockchain has seen the biggest failure rate of businesses of any kind of technology. You know, 95% of blockchain businesses are, you know, they are now at the job center or selling potatoes, right? So I wouldn't invest, if I was you, it's not where I'd be putting my money right now. Who knows what the future may hold, yeah? So there's lots of scientific unknowns, technological unknowns, and then there are a huge number of social, economic, and cultural unknowns. And what we did was we worked with Arup to work on some scenarios. We developed 4 scenarios. We talked about the high-tech economy. Now that's the economy that really does fulfill the kind of wet dream of the technologists. You know, everything does work, as people say it's going to. We lurch towards the singularity. And that's a society where, probably in this scenario, wealth and power becomes more concentrated. Fewer people have jobs. We maybe do have a 2-day working week. So there's some pretty worrying things about that society. On the other hand, it's a society where the cost of living has radically reduced, where energy is virtually free, where transport is safe, where it's possible to not earn very much money, live 2 days a week and kind of get by. So the second account we developed, the second scenario, was the precision economy. In the precision economy, quite a lot of the robotic stuff doesn't really deliver the goods. And you know, that's the area that is kind of proving to be quite a lot more difficult than people might have thought. But what does happen is what had already happened, which is data. Data is everywhere. And so this is an economy of surveillance and control. This is an economy where everything that you do is monitored and understood, and every one of your desires is used by advertisers and platforms to target things towards you. So in some ways, it's got a kind of feel, a dystopian 1984 kind of feel to it, as government and big business, and everybody knows your business, knows what you're doing, keeps you under wraps. But, you know, like all the scenarios, there are upsides as well. This would probably be a world where public services are much better because they're able to diagnose you much earlier. They may be able to personalize your education. They're able to avoid crime much better. So, you know, there would be upsides with the precision economy as well. Maybe we are happy to live in a world where everybody knows everything about us, as long as we have access to better services, things work better. The third scenario we call the exodus economy. The exodus economy would happen if we had another global economic downturn, and economists will tell you one of those is due. And then we had a backlash because people had fallen out of work, and the politics that you're seeing around the world grew, and people started to put up walls, and they started to say, no, we don't want this technology. We don't want to be part of this global financial system. Then, you know, you can see bits of that in Trump's economic policies. You can see bits of that in other parts of society. So there's a kind of backlash, and trade unions become stronger because people want to resist this stuff. And also it's the exodus economy because some people just opt out. They just say, I don't want to be part of this. They move out of cities. They move into the countryside. They say technology doesn't work. We want an alternative future. And then finally, the empathy economy. And the empathy economy, at first sight, looks a bit like people's most positive accounts of the future, because this is a future where the robots do the robot stuff and we do the stuff that human beings are probably going to carry on being, as Peter said, better at than robots for a very long time, which is basically kind of relationships and emotion and care. And that's good in some ways, but let's also think about that. This is a society where half of the people spend all their time looking after the emotional needs of the other half of society. A society where all work is emotional housework. How's that going to happen? I mean, at the moment, because care work is predominantly female, it's treated as low status, low grade, it's low paid. So how are we going to change our perceptions of care? And do we really want a society where lots and lots of people spend their entire time doing other people's emotional housework? Is that going to be a good society? So read that document, read about those different scenarios. They're not all good, they're not all bad, they're a mixture, and they try to combine technological uncertainty and socioeconomic uncertainty. And then when you've read that, or alongside reading that, read Nesta's report, Imagination Unleashed. I'm jealous of Nesta because I was part of the Labour government that gave them 350 million quid. And so I have a kind of simmering resentment towards them because they win government contracts and they're bigger than us. And we have to fight for every penny we get and raise it from our felt. You can see, it's eating me up. So for me to say that a Nesta report is a good report, that takes a lot from me, actually. This is like a Manchester United fan praising Manchester City. But Imagination Unleashed is a really important report, and you should read it. And you should read in particular the manifesto at the end. What our report argues is basically this. It's visionary. It says that the knowledge economy, and they go back to that phrase, knowledge economy, the knowledge economy has the scope to bring about a huge step forward in human possibility, human fulfillment, and human agency. What Roberto Ungar, the Brazilian intellectual, helped to write the report, calls the larger life for all. So that is the vision. That is the vision that this knowledge economy offers. And they explain in all sorts of ways why that's possible, particularly the transformation of work, moving away from the kind of assumption that workers are there to work to serve the machine, and moving to the idea of workers working with the machine in processes that allow much greater autonomy and creativity. But they argue, secondly, that what is going on now is that the knowledge economy is highly exclusive. It's highly exclusive in the sense that only certain sectors are using it, and the vast majority of the economy is not using it. The RSA, my own organisation, did a survey a couple of years ago. We found 2/3 of SMEs have no real awareness of AI or robotics and absolutely no intention to invest in it. Right? So it's exclusive in the sense it's only certain sectors that are part of this revolution. And secondly, of course, it's exclusive because the benefits of it are going to a small number of large corporations and individuals and investors, and it's not diffusing across the rest of society. And so what they argue, and you've been hearing this already today, so I'm repeating a theme that's come up. They argue that we need institutional invention and innovation on the scale of technological invention and innovation, that we need to reimagine some of the core concepts of the industrial age. We need to reimagine the concept of ownership. We need to reimagine the nature of education. We need to reimagine the nature of welfare. We need to reimagine the way the democracy works. And I believe that's all absolutely right. If we don't have that level of institutional innovation in democracy, in government, in welfare, in education, in business, capital, then the future is more like the negative scenarios I described than positive ones. So that's where we are. But I just want to end with this. I want to end really with telling you a very short story. I've got 47 seconds left. And it's just to tell you how far away we currently are from the scale of thinking that we need. So I did a piece of work for the government, a report on the future of work. And there were 53 recommendations. This was for the Prime Minister, Theresa, well, she was the Prime Minister last time I checked. And their government is carrying out these recommendations, they're passing into law, and they will improve protections for disadvantaged workers and gig workers, and they'll help to clarify the law, and so that's great. But one of my recommendations was very simple. I said that the government should convene a conversation to create a national employability framework. So Peter was talking about employability. So we talk about employability, life skills, soft skills, generic skills. And we mean these things like creativity, resilience, teamwork, digital skills. Right? And everyone recognizes that we employers want to take those things more seriously. Society should take them more seriously, that they should have a similar parity. They should have parity of esteem to subject-based, knowledge-based academic attainment. Right? This is a principle that people agree with. But every single university in Britain has got an employability framework. So this university, like every other university, when a graduate goes out, they have a degree, but they're also supposed to have some evidence of this broader employability. Every single university has a different employability framework. The narcissism of small differences. Why would we get together with other universities? Of course, our employability framework is the best, and here's the statistics to demonstrate it. The Human Resources Organization, CIPD, went online. They found 82 employability frameworks within a week. Now, if we're going to get employers to start to recognize these skills, if we're going to start to recognize them in education, if we're going to start including them in performance management at work, if we're going to start recognizing that people's attributes aren't just to do with formal training, but they're to do with informal learning, in work, volunteering. I know someone who was interviewed for a job, or interviewed a young person for a job. They interviewed the young person for the job. They said during the job, "Have you got any leadership skills?" No. Any resilience? Don't know what you're talking about. On the way out, in the lift, turned out this young person got his A-levels while caring for a chronically sick single parent, and that they'd set up a kids' football team on their council estate. Of course they got leadership skills. Of course they got resilience. No way of capturing that, okay? Now, this stuff is difficult. I mean, there's lots of arguments. Is creativity in one domain transferable to another domain? How do you teach these things? How do you accredit these things? So there's a lot of hard work. It'll take us, I think, 2 generations to get to the point at which those broader skills have kind of parity of esteem. But we can't even start that hard work when every university has got their own one and they're not interested in getting, creating one that they all share, and when there's 82 in the rest of the economy, and it's really hard for me to get the Department for Education to even come to a meeting. I'm just giving you this. This is the most trivial example of the kind of change that we need if we're going to get that institutional invention to match the technological possibilities ahead of us. So, it's a big battle ahead, and we're not really quite yet in the right place. And I haven't even mentioned Brexit. Thank you.
There. So, Matthew, that's this. So, very thought-provoking, introduction. So that was exactly the idea, to start with a little bit of a bigger picture on these topics. But as I mentioned in the opening, the idea is to create a conversation, and so the conversation means also you. And so we want to get this opportunity for questions and answers, to our speakers here today to launch that conversation, and very happy to entertain you. And if you don't have, I have this. If you're getting shy, I have something he'll call the catch box, which, if you've not been aware, is that the way it works is I throw these at you. And and you pick it up and you speak to these and you ask a question or make a comment about this. And so, depending on either way you want to do it. So, here, right? I don't have.
Is the future?
You have to speak to close to the.
All right.
Yes, it is a microphone as well, because we're capturing it live. And so that says, yes, multi-purpose.
Is the future all that scary? I mean, we don't have any more dock workers or mine workers. We don't have people working in manufacturing anymore, and so on and so forth. And yet, the activity ratio in the UK is the highest it's ever been. We also have people working more hours than they've ever worked. We've got computers, we've got all kinds of labor-saving activity, and yet people are working harder and more of them than ever before. Maybe that system will just continue.
Well, I think that what you're highlighting there is exactly part of the issue. That and I think you referred to it specifically as sort of, whether it's the high tech or the precision economy, there are those that are benefiting from the level of employment. But there are 11.3 million people in this country who can't send an email, don't know how to use a Google search, can't apply online for universal credit. That's nearly 25% of our adult population. Is that really what we're seeking to achieve?
No, I said the world isn't so scary in the future. We've got all these labor-saving things, and yet there's more people working more hours than ever before.
So look, in a way, I agree with you. But I'd just say two things. First of all, I think many parts of this country never did recover from that shift away from manufacturing. And that's they were also the areas that were most likely to vote for Brexit. And I think they would say that they haven't benefited. Yes, there's jobs, but they're pretty, on the whole, they're low-skilled, low-paid jobs. And these are people who have no savings, who are living in a very insecure way. But I also think that, in a way, your point highlights something else, which is all the evidence shows quite profound pessimism that people, have nowadays. I remember my grandfather, he was an engineer at Dunlop, and I remember when the first colour television came into the street he lived in Crosby, on the outskirts of Liverpool. You're old enough to remember the first colour TVs. You remember they were terrible. They were terrible. They were like a kind of acid trip. They were just like weird colours. You couldn't really see what was going on. But still, he was hugely excited by this. For him, it was a step on the inexorable path to kind of colonies on Mars. And I contrast his optimism about technology in the 60s to how people feel now. And they feel pessimistic. They feel the robots are coming for their jobs. They feel that this will be a world of surveillance and control. So, no, we shouldn't be pessimistic. In fact, we should be very, very optimistic about the potential. And that should be what's driving us to say we need the kind of institutional reform and change to facilitate the idea that technology can be a wonderful thing. Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, once. Good. Yeah.
What's making the noise?
Yeah, I don't know.
Interference.
Morning, Michael Hobbs from Flow FinTech. The picture that seems to be emerging so far is of digital being net positive for economic growth, but net negative for social inclusion. And I think that also is borne out by the last question and the responses to it. What change events do you see happening or being necessary to change that picture so that digital becomes net positive for economic growth and net positive for inclusion? And are those things really likely to happen?
Look, the first thing is it requires us to understand that it requires us to understand that the scale of change we need in our institutions and our society has to match the technological possibilities that we've got. That realization. When we published our report on the 4 futures of work last Friday, which you can find on the RSA website, we also did a survey of MPs about technology. What we found was, on the one hand, they're very worried about it. On the other hand, they don't know anything. They don't know anything about it. So there's an incredible contrast between their sense of its importance and their own self-confidence in being able to address it, right? So that just speaks to one of the elements of institutional reform. We need to think about democratic change, because our democratic system, our regulatory system, our governmental system is simply inadequate to deal with the kind of pace of change and the scale of change. And we need to find much richer ways of engaging citizens, for example, in thinking about the future that they want. So the conclusion I've reached about this question is it's institutional reform that has to come first. In fact, it's governmental and democratic reform that comes first, because until we can start to have more intelligent, more long-term, more engaging ways of making decisions, then we're just not going to have the scale of thinking. Politicians will not have the headspace. They won't believe it's possible to do the kinds of quite radical things that need to be done. So I think there needs to be change across society, but we have to start at the center. We have to start with craziness we're watching at the moment. We have to start with governmental and democratic institutions capable of grasping this challenge.
Well, I think, Matthew, it also comes back to your point that whilst I agree with that, you can't rely solely on government to start to drive that agenda. I mean, government alone is dysfunctional, and I don't mean with respect to Brexit. So you just go to the Department of Education, has one sort of definitions around skills. Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy has a different one, and DCMS has another one. All right, so we're not creating a cohesive framework that creates a basis, a guiding star. You then build onto that, the point whether it's universities, every single business, no disrespect, there are some great initiatives out there in trying to create transformational change. But everyone wants to do their own thing. And therefore, we create this fragmented economy, we create this fragmented effort. And so the question is the balance. We can't put the genie back in the bottle. We're continuing to innovate at speed. And there are billions of people out there. I mean, I've just got back from China and talk about the sort of the precision economy. I mean, you've got a closed market economy where literally, I mean, they are monitoring data to the point at which they know exactly where every single Chinese citizen is, assuming they've got a mobile phone. They know what their heart rate is, they know exactly what they're doing because they're photographing them, etc. So they are operating in one way. Singapore, as another state, perhaps more advanced, perhaps more the sort of the high-tech economy. We've got to decide partly what do we want to be. We've got to create then a sense of actually how do you take people with you, and how do you encourage business and communities to actually drive to a common purpose? Because if we don't create a common agenda, we're just fragmented. We're all over the place. And that's where we're at risk of leaving people behind. And that's where there is the risk, and that's the point of negativity, because if we create a society which is bifurcated and fundamentally bifurcated by those that have and are getting the economic benefit, and those that are fundamentally being left behind, you get back to some of the eras that we've seen back in the 16th and 17th centuries. When their backs are against the wall, they've got no alternative but to go for a different agenda.
And I completely agree with Peter on that. And the Luddites could have won in a democratic age. And in fact, they were right. The Luddites were right. It wasn't for 2 generations until the wages of people who had moved from the rural areas to the cities got back to the level they were before that technology was introduced. It was sometimes called the Engels pause. Yeah. So, the Luddites were defeated because there's no democracy and you could just send the troops in. But the Luddites would be on social media now, and they would be a pretty effective movement, I think. One other thing, which is our biggest threat might be the thing that saves us, and that's climate change, in the sense that it is remarkable, isn't it? We've sat here now for however long we've sat here, no one's mentioned climate change, which is the biggest existential threat to the human race. And yet, it could be that if we understand the scale of that threat, that might be the prompt for us to think about doing things in very, very different ways, emphasizing quality of life rather than quantity of stuff, et cetera, et cetera. So, and that's also something that I think young people get in a way that, my generation doesn't.
And I want to add just a point to, the role that universities can play. I mean, there's the alignment that you're mentioning, but I think one very important critical role is that when you're looking at these scales of transformations, one of the things that people are looking for is, trusted brokers, because as you were saying, people are doing their little things and trying to do things. And I think the universities can be one of these trusted brokers. And so one of the reasons why I think that places like Imperial College in digital, but also in climate change and sustainability, that we can play a very important role is because first, there's very basic understanding that needs to happen, and so we need to look at some of these things, and then you need to create an opportunity for this dialogue to exist, but then to try to share the things that may be working in a variety of different places and try to see how they can adapt to a reality or the other. Right?
So I agree with that, and Imperial is a great place, but I'm going to be frank with you. I think most universities are self-serving. I think they talk a lot about innovation, but they're not terribly innovative institutions. I think the impact they have on the places where they're based is much, much smaller than it could be if they were generous and really wanted to be transformative. So I'm afraid if you say to me universities are symbols of the institutional reinvention we need, I would say that's a pretty depressing picture.
No, that's not what I'm saying, and I understand your point. It's just, it's much more, I think, about, I think the transformation we're all going through, right? I mean, in the same thing with universities, right? So I think that the threats and the challenges that exists, that you're both talking about, are also challenges for us.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say that we're ahead of everything. The question is, what can you be, how can you be focal points to try to engender some of that, right? And you can create certainly new institutions, right? But it's precisely to take ownership of what you're saying is that, and if we do things right, and I think because in certain areas, for example, take climate change, I think it is one area that, if anything, the universities are at the forefront of understanding this massive scale of the impact that this can have, that if they do things right, they can be. I'm not saying that they are. And I also recognizing that it is a responsibility for us to take that leadership, and it's also something that Ian alluded to. And we, unfortunately, I think here we're taking this very seriously in a variety of ways. For example, the work that we're doing in White City, for example, I think we've taken that very much to heart about engaging with the community and trying to do things in a really different way.
And I think that's where you're highlighting it, and where ultimately the paradigm shifts. So in other words, we shouldn't be just encouraging all of our younger people to come to universities. We've got to recognise different pathways, and therefore, if universities as business and as communities can start to come together and say, right, here are the multiple access points. We're not just investing all of our capital into these glass, nice, shiny towers, but actually creating other facilities so that we can demonstrably see that we are at least addressing very high percentages of the population. The challenge is we also live in a world today where, through the febrile nature of our social media and everything else, the 0.1% can be quite vocal, and if they can create the imagination, we start then focusing on all the 0.1% of society, and therefore we end up back into fragmentation. So it's quite a difficult. I mean, it is a difficult balance in the sense, in terms of where we are. There isn't a silver bullet.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to have. I mean, there's a lot of. But we need to. I think we're going to have the break. We can continue the conversation in the break, because otherwise we're going to ruin our schedule for the rest of the day. But thank you very much, and again we're going to have this.
This next session is all about becoming active and managing digital transformation. So how do you convert yourself from a spectator into a driver of digital transformation? And we'll be sharing insights, what you can do in practice. And we'll have examples. We have a panel, and we have a keynote speaker focusing on that issue. So it's all about overcoming inertia internally and externally, reimagining the future, and then how to make that future happen. And we have people sharing their insights on that. Our keynote is Geraldine Calpin. She's the Chief Marketing Officer of Madison Square Garden, previously senior marketing position in Hilton. And she's going to talk about digital transformation, not from a technical perspective, but from a leadership perspective. How do you lead it? How do you get your organization internally? How do you bring people on board? How do you plant seeds in different parts of the organization? So how do you lead the transformation? We'll follow with questions and answers, and then we have the panel. So Geraldine, welcome.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So thank you, Imperial, for having me. Thank you for inviting me. What I wanted to share is a little bit of my experience from more the corporate angle of digital transformation. Am I on? Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Apologies for the accent. I've been training myself to slow down. To just share some examples of what I often get asked, how did you get that done, and how do you achieve digital transformation at scale in a big organization? So I've got some practical examples of both what I have done and what we are doing in the various organizations that I've been in. And then what I think is most important is, how did you manage to get that done? against all odds, and how did you get the money to do it also? One of my favorite quotes that I share with my team is famous Formula One driver Mario Andretti, which is, if you're in control, you're not going fast enough. And for anybody that knows me, I am definitely not in control. So that would suggest that maybe we're going fast enough. But it is about, you have to let a little bit, you have to take some risks. You have to release a bit of control and feel a bit uncomfortable if you're going to really push as hard and or win over the competition. And that one quote really kind of, for me, sums it up, even though I would love to, but I've never been in a Formula One car. But in terms of business, particularly today, we all talk about everybody's always on. It's a fast-moving world. It is a reality, and it will continue to accelerate, I believe, as technology gets faster, smarter, and cheaper. And that means for us as business leaders, whether you're in a corporate environment or a political environment or health, for everybody, digital and technology is pervasive in any industry today. And that just means my job, our job, I believe, is to take a little bit more risk than you feel comfortable with, and make sure that you have, you're out of control just a little bit. So very briefly about me, thank you for the introduction. I spent 16 years, I know I don't look old enough, I spent 16 years at Hilton. I set up the digital business within Hilton, not the technical point, not from the technical perspective, but the e-commerce, the commercial side of the digital business in Hilton. When I joined Hilton, it was when we called the internet, and we didn't have a content management system, websites, etc. So I set up the digital business in Hilton, and then latterly, for the last three years, was the chief marketing officer for the 14 brands across Hilton. I then briefly joined WeWork, based in London, as their chief marketing officer for Europe and Australia. That might say, why did that not get a laugh? It's like Europe and Australia. Did we not do geography? So that was just because of, anyway. And then I joined the Madison Square Garden Company in November of last year. So I'm still very new to Madison Square Garden. And I've got a little bit about what they do. And we recently, for those of you that were connected to the press yesterday, we have our PR firm, the Blakeney Group. We did a press release yesterday about a new venture that we intend to do from the Madison Square Garden in London. So I'll talk a brief little bit about that, but the Madison Square Garden Company is both the most famous arena in the world, sitting right in the center of New York, but we also own the New York Knicks basketball team, the Rangers, the ice hockey team, and a bunch of other venues around the world, as well as Tao, the restaurant group. So, I wanted to, that's a little bit about me and why I might be in front of you today. But what I'd like to do is basically focus on two things. In digital transformation, how do you decide what gets done? There's a lot of technology, shiny new objects, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, big data, like there's lots of themes that you can go after. And there's also a lot of firms and companies that will tell you that this is the best. So how do you decide what to do, given that every one of us has limited resources? It's a reality of today. You can't do everything, and you don't have unlimited budgets. So I wanted to just briefly talk to you about what I think about and what we have done in terms of deciding what do you do. And then almost more importantly, we talked earlier in some of the sessions about leadership. How do you get the technology engaged, implemented? Not only how do you implement it in the organization, but how do you get it engaged and adopted by your customers? Because you can get the plumbing right, and you can plug in the new system and go through all the testing and do all of that stuff. If you don't get the customers, your customers, whomever they may be, in whatever business you're in, if you don't get your customers to engage it, then it's not a successful project. So I'm just going to spend a bit of time on what and then how. So on the what, we, I believe, are all still, the last time I checked, human beings. We live in a physical world. We all still have families and friends and hearts and minds. So we live in a physical environment in the world that we live in today, and particularly in those businesses that I have been in, hospitality. If you generalize Hilton, WeWork, and Madison Square Garden, we're in the business of service and hospitality. That is really about the physicality of people. It's about a service business. Yet, every one of us has got devices on in front of us. Thankfully, nobody's really on them, so that's a good sign so far. But we do live in a digital world, and digital is not a millennial thing. If I hear that one more time, how do you appeal to the millennial? But I think, every one of us is plugged in all the damn time to our devices. Most of our news is delivered digitally. And so the reality of today is, well, we're all still human beings. We are now in living in an always-on digital world. And so I like to think of it as 1 and 1 equals 3. And so a successful thing about how and what you do is 1 and 1 is 3, bringing the best of us and the best of digital such that phygital. You bring the two together and you connect those two dots. And I'm going to share a couple of examples of how I have done that. We're on the what right now. What do you do? And I think the first thing in terms of technology, in the context of we're in a phygital world, is do something that's indispensable to customers. So once you've used it, you never want to lose it. So I guess you guys fly all the time. When you fly, probably every one of us will check in the day before, and we will definitely choose our seat. Why? Because we don't want to sit in the middle. We want that choice, and it's become normal. But the first time you did that, you'd never done it before. But now it becomes habit forming. Uber, you now know where your taxi is. Lyft, whatever, who your partner of choice is. So really looking at technology that is so good and improves the experience for people so much that they can't live without it after they've used it. An example, I talked about choosing your seat on an airline. One of the things that we did at Hilton was roll out the mobile check-in across 4,500 hotels. And it wasn't just you check in the day before, it also allowed you to choose your room. Which floor are you going to be on, and where on the floor will you be? Near the lift, away from the ice machines, usually a good thing, it's noisy at night. Away from the vending machine, etc. And we tested that, rolled it out, etc. But that became indispensable. The repeat usage of that for the people that used it was over 90%. And then you build on it. And again, some examples of what we did in digital transformation. As I said, digital check-in. We then worked with Google and overlaid it on Google Maps, because I used to get an email every day of all of the reviews in the App Store, and I got an email so that I could read them when I was on the plane or whatever. And one of the things said, I love this digital check-in, but I'd like to be able to see where it is around the context of the outside of the building. Is it on Exhibition Road, or is it on Hyde Park Corner, whatever? And so we worked with Google and overlaid it so that, again, we didn't need to create all the content ourselves. It's about picking the best partners and the best people to overlay it, and again, being indispensable to customers. Everybody knows Google Maps, they're familiar with it. And so that was a way for us to, respond to customers and what they were saying in the store about how to make it better, but secondly, to do it in a way that you can do it quickly and in a way that will be adopted and engaged. Digital key was the next piece, which was then taking, okay, you check in the day before. Now I get to pick my room. Now I get to see where it is around the exterior. The next thing is, we now have digital key, which is being able to use your phone as your hotel room key, which means that should you choose to, you don't have to go to the front desk. And again, that did require putting literally a screwdriver in every door in the world, because you have to drop the chip into the lock as well as put the technology into the phone. And that is, talk about transformation, that is problematic and hugely complex to try and do in multiple countries. And if you think about the logistics of a hotel, that is the digital check-in, you know, every 777 empties when it lands, and every 777 is the same. Every hotel is different, and people don't check out of every hotel every day. So when we talk about the complexity of some of the stuff that we have done at scale, it is difficult, but it also can be done with the how, which I'm coming on to, which is if you really engage the right people in the company, if they believe in it, you can actually do, and we did some of these things in a very, we're talking about a lot of these things were done within the space of 2 years. Never been done in that industry before, and actually has not been done by anybody else yet at that scale. And then moving on to personalization, which is pin my favorite room. If you, many of you probably go to the same hotels frequently, you can then say, I like this room, I don't. So the next time when you check in, there's a little love heart next to your room that you said, I like that one, or there's a thumbs down for the one that you don't like. So make it indispensable, make it sticky, make it functional, such that it's not just a gimmick, but when people use it, they never want to lose it. The second piece of the what is surprise and delight, which is a little bit of magic. It's a bit, when you look at it, it's kind of like, isn't that cute? And I just want to show you an example of a surprise and delight. It's a little sprinkle of dust that our competitors never had, but it's kind of like get something that's really sticky and indispensable and people love and functional, but then also make people smile. And so here's an example of surprise and delight. Again, this is a piece from Hilton, then I'll go on and talk about my most recent things. Have you ever ordered room service and wondered, have I got time to get in the shower before it gets here? Like, because they say, oh, it will be 45 minutes. And sometimes the bloody thing shows up 20 minutes later, and sometimes it's an hour and 20. So we thought about the little surprise and delight thing and thinking about the room service in that industry and thought, okay, we were the only company, still the only company that has these floor plans. So we decided that we would use the floor plan technology that customers loved, watch this bit, to help with the thing about, have I got time to get out of have I got time to have a shower? And look, I did this myself. You could see the hamburger coming down the corridor. And if you'd ordered a little egg or if you'd ordered breakfast, it would be, or a martini, it'd be a little cocktail glass and whatever. And that was really, we didn't do that at scale, but we did do it in a few places. And it was some of the things that customers are like, do you know what, that's kind of nice. But there was a bit of function to it too, because you would know it's in the oven, the chef's preparing it, and then you could see it come down the corridor to you. Anyway, that's kind of cute for a Thursday morning. Ultimately, so indispensable, surprise and delight, ultimately it's about delivering a better experience, again, regardless of which industry you're in. And I don't believe that anybody should look at deliver a better experience for this customer segment or this customer segment or this customer segment, because every one of us are individuals. To talk about a segment of a customer, really, that's like the millennials are the people that are addicted to technology and the rest of us are not, for those of you that are not millennials in the room. But I think it should be around delivering a better experience for everyone, whichever age you are, particularly in the businesses that I have been in, which is in the hospitality business. And ultimately, what that will help do is not just, falling in love with a brand is easy. If you get it right, it will create enduring, endearing loyalty for a lifetime. And that is what I think, believe it or not, that's what I think digital can really achieve if you get it right. It's the magic dust that will create longevity to your company, to your brand, to your industry, to the product that you are delivering. And So make it indispensable. I've talked about Hilton. Make it the surprise and delight. We've talked about the burger, I affectionately call it the wandering hamburger coming down the corridor. And then looking at experience, some of the things that I am now working on at the Madison Square Garden Company, and this is just an overview because it is a predominantly, up until this point, it's been a predominantly US based organization. We do have 6 venues, and I want to show you a little bit about what we do in terms of experiences, and from a digital perspective, just headline what we announced our intention to do here in London yesterday. 6 venues, the most famous of all, and the most famous arena in the world is the Madison Square Garden, right in the center of Manhattan. But we also own tower restaurants and nightclubs. As I said, the sports teams. We employ over 10,000 today, over 10,000 team members. That is about to explode with some of the plans that we have going forward. And I've just got a very short video just to show you, to give you relief from the Scottish accent for a minute. I'm going to show you a very brief video. A little bit of an overview of, we talk about indispensable great experiences. That's the non-digital and non-transformational side of what we have done at Madison to date. I just wanted to very briefly talk about MSG Sphere, Madison Square Garden Sphere, where we intend to reinvent the future of entertainment and using technology and using great designers and architects to reimagine not only where we're at today, but how we take that vision forward. In all the ways that we talked about before in terms of apps and floor plans and digital key, etc. This is it in a different world, but it is also really beginning to, how do you reimagine going to a concert or having a public, going to a conference? So MSG Sphere is going to be launched in Vegas. We have already started construction in Vegas. And really what it's about is, as I said, reimagining entertainment. The world's largest LED screen in the world. I said the world's largest, so it could be in the world. Both interior and exterior, fully programmatical, sound that hits every seat. And I use this expression, every seat is the best seat in the house. So if you have a venue that's got 20,000 people in it, and you're right at the back, that's not the cheap seats anymore. You will get the same acoustics, the same sound, and indeed, should you choose, the same language, should you have a language preference, than the front row. And the way that we are designing the buildings will be such, this kind of, it's not, the lights here aren't terribly good, but this is almost the arena here, and it's fully, it's not a screen at the front, it's almost fully immersive so that it encapsulates the audience. And again, it goes from everything. We will have things like, our plan is to have things like sight, sound, touch, etc., so that you really experience it. It becomes a connection with the audience rather than you sit and watch something at the front. You become part of the experience itself. Truly will be the first in the world of its kind. This is another example of trying to depict the audience, and then this would be the 4-dimensional, almost encapsulating screen around you. We, as I said, we have planned for Las Vegas, and yesterday we announced our intention to create our second one, build our second in London, creating thousands of jobs, both in the construction but also in the ongoing use of the venue. So as we go through with that, you might have read it in the press, but thank you, Blakeney Group, who's doing a lot of the PR work for us. We were quite widely covered yesterday. And I didn't know the press release was going out yesterday when I knew I was talking today, but it actually worked quite well. So let me talk a little bit about how, and then I will I'll try and answer any questions you have. On the how, so on the what, it's indispensable, surprise and delight, better experience. On the how you get it done, You need to put your customer at the heart, that right to left thinking rather than left to right. Don't start with what you've got today and try and get it better. Start with where you want to be and then work back from there. And where you want to be should be driven by what you think your customers want. And it's not always about, should we do customer research on it? Sometimes if you ask a customer what they want, they don't know what they want. Like we would never have said, I want an iPhone that doesn't have any keys on it, right? When we all had BlackBerries. Equally, you know, there's a whole, that famous one of Henry Ford, if you'd ask people what they wanted, did they want a faster horse? You have to try and really look beyond your industry or your company that you're in, such that you try and imagine what we believe, put the customer's needs at the heart and work back from there. And I've shown you some examples of that. BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goals, and leadership. And I do think these last two, we've talked a little bit about innovation, putting customers at the heart, check-in, etc. Big, hairy, audacious goals, it's almost create goals that don't have any acronyms in them, that if you spoke to somebody in the street, they would know what you were talking about. They don't have to have read the company induction or whatever, but actually make goals that everybody understands. And these are some of the ones that that I have done. So I said we're going to do 22 languages by the end of the year. I'm not going to read them all out because you can read them. We're going to develop digital key. Oh, that's appeared twice. Lovely. I didn't do it twice. Sorry. But it is really, and I think the importance about big, hairy, audacious goals, if you make it simple such that it doesn't matter whether you're the engineer at the farthest point in the world or in the boardroom running the company, everybody understands it. It galvanizes the whole company around it. And if you make it audacious such that people don't think you're actually going to be able to do it, don't give them quite enough time to get there, it really incentivizes people to think, damn it, we are going to do it. So big, hairy, audacious goals, very simply put, very well communicated, gets the village around you. And it is, as a leader, taking the tea out of can't. Often people said, Geraldine, you're not going to be able to do that. You can't do that in that time. That is, you know, throwing down the mantle. And when you sit in front of a team, whether they work for you or they don't work for you, and you say, they've told us we can't do this, we are going to do this. People love that. And that is kind of to this comment, this quote from the COO of McLaren Racing. I seem to have a bit of a pattern here, Mario Andretti, but Jonathan Neal said at one of the conferences I was at, he said, Formula One teams show up every 2 weeks or every week during the circuit. If you're a second or a fraction of a second late, forget it in Formula One. And how do you get that top performing team of engineers that you fly into places to every week be better than you were the week before? And he said, you know, world-class teams like to be tested on a world-class stage because they like to ask themselves, are we good enough? And that mantra as a leader to say, that drive around, they say we can't do it, but damn it, we can. And every day we're going to do better than we did yesterday, whether that's about digital technology or about serving a customer or whatever it is that you do, that drive and that, you know, you're going to be better every day than you were the day before, inspires people to really deliver. We as leaders need to pay attention, and that is showing up on the conference call with 200 people every so often, and you're like, hi, I'm on the phone, because that shows your teams that you're paying attention and that's important to you. And again, that fuels that drive. And I do think that paying attention to people and paying attention to their progress and showing that you're paying attention really makes sure that the village that most of the people that helped me deliver some of the stuff that I've shown you didn't work for me. They were in IT, or they were in operations, or they were in hotel operations or engineering. But when you have big, hairy, audacious goals, you show up and you pay attention and you drive them towards a goal that they believe in, you get the village running up the hill after you. You don't have to pull them. You don't have to ask for status reports. Like, it just inspires people to do it. and that is you get the whole team around one goal, because one person I couldn't do any of what I've shown you. It's really around some of the key tenets of how we can do it. And then this is one thing when I left Hilton that somebody gave me in the little thing that they sent, and it is people forget what you said, they forget what you did, they never forget how you made them feel. And if we can make people feel that they can do something they never thought they could do, the impossible, that drives people. And I love that quote. And that's not so much about digital transformation, but it really is about how I think my formula for making big change happen and deliver stuff across a massive organization that people didn't think you can do. So it is about you can do it. And so with that, I'm right on time because I started a couple of minutes late. I wanted to allow the last 10, 15 minutes if you have any questions or if you want to. Yeah, I've got the catchbox mic. So I'm going to throw it around the room. If anybody's got any questions, please, because I want to use this thing, if nothing else. Oh, right at the back. Listen, I'm Scottish. I'm not going to be a good thrower. Like, my boys have taught me how to throw a rugby ball. Okay, ready? This is going to be awful. This is not going to be good. Right, okay, ready? See? Well, I got it. The distance was right. The altitude wasn't.
Thank you, Geraldine. Surprise and delight. I like that phrase. And as a hotel user, I'm sometimes surprised but never delighted by the transition to IP televisions. I mean, they're great, aren't they? They come in, you get the welcoming screen, and you just want to put BBC One on, and 3 weeks later, it's still going through the menu. So my question was really about the resilience that's put into the IT infrastructure. I mean, you talked there about the world's largest TV screen. A lot of this is based on an architecture that is resilient to demand, and I'm going to use the word, and it's not Brexit, it's cyber. I mean, a lot of this surprise and delight can very quickly turn into surprise and frustration. When you're trying to book the hotel, the site's gone down, you're trying to do this, there's a cyber.
You're booking the wrong hotel.
Yeah, true. But when you're leading this change to actually get awareness, you've got all this nice, bright, glittery stuff, but there's this kind of real hard work stuff that needs to be done to build in that expensive resilience from day one. If you put it in later, you can do it, but it's going to cost you a fortune. So how, as a leader, do you get those voices listened to and drive that as part of that change that needs to happen?
So it's a great question. It is tricky in hotels because you're working in a distributed environment, right? Every room is individual. And so some of the things that we tried to do when I was there, but it's the case for, I guess, any business, is to the extent that you can put the technology here rather than put it if you can put it so that the smart and the intelligence is remote or in the cloud, and the thing in the room, TV, I did start work on what we called connected room, which was making actually putting dumb TVs into hotel rooms rather than smart TVs, and you put the technology here, and that means that you can upgrade it and change it, etc. But the hotel industry is a 100-year-old industry, and therefore you're right. There's a lot of legacy systems that are hardwired in there. It's very expensive and costly to upgrade. There's still phones in hotel rooms. Nobody uses that phone anymore because we've got a computer in our hand. So I think, I can't speak for the whole industry, but I think in terms of with the technology that we have now, to the extent that you can have the smart technology put in the hands of your customers such that if they want it, they can personalize it, they can change it, and then you keep the hardware that's out there, you can keep that as dumb as possible so that if you need to upgrade or change or personalize or whatever, it's done here and not there. And indeed, we did embark on that. All you wanted was BBC. We did start this connected room initiative, which is that you can control your TV screen from your mobile phone. It's not fully rolled out yet. I'm no longer there, as you know, but but it also allows you to, we know, and we can personalize it. So if you do want BBC, you don't even have to go on your remote control or on your phone. It will automatically. And that whole personalization, making your life easier, understanding you as a consumer, will increasingly, I think, be demanded across any industry, because that's becoming the expectation. Apple and some of the big tech giants have created that expectation with people. So, and I'm not the technical expert in the room at all, but it is more about, I think we need to try and make it much more nimble and much more dynamic and much more personalized, and that's more about putting it either in the cloud or in the phone and having the hardware just receive. You need to throw it? Listen, I'm not the only one that has to throw here.
All right. Ink up.
It's soft. Nobody's going to get hurt. If there's any health and safety in the room, nobody's soft.
Thank you. Good throw. Good morning. Nick
Morning.
Turner with Stratformer. So, Geraldine, you started by saying that everything starts with the customer or meeting the customer expectations, and then you pointed out the kind of Henry Ford dilemma, which is, I had asked the customer, they said faster horses. How do you balance the two, right, in terms of getting customer input versus actually we know better than you? And can you give an example of where that went really well, but also went really badly? The two examples that, in terms of getting that balance, that's a challenge, right? In terms of how do we listen to our customers, be customer-centric, put the power back in their hands, et cetera, and yet actually, they may not know better, we may know better, et cetera. So good example, bad example?
So it is a challenge because, and I believe Steve Jobs, as an example, never believed in customer research, because he's like, customers don't know what they want until we're going to give it to them, and then they want it. So you definitely have to balance it. If you relentlessly go to focus groups and if you go to focus groups, you're going to skew your audience anyway, because the people that will spend the time and go to focus groups and give you their opinion, that is a skewed audience anyway. And so I think customer research is an important data point, but it shouldn't be the only data point in terms of what customers say they want. When it went really well, I like things like multivariate testing in the digital platform, because then if you ask customers their opinion, if you ask anybody their opinion, what they say and what they do can sometimes be two different things. Multivariate testing on a website, for example, will actually let you observe patterns of behavior, and it lets the data tell you. I think multivariate testing in a digital world is great. The other thing is, I looked, when it went really well, I talked about the Google Maps overlay. I looked at the app reviews every single day, and we had about 50 or 60 every day that came in. And customers did come up with that idea of, why don't you put an exterior map around it? I'm like, why didn't we think of that? So, and that wasn't us getting them all in a room and asking them for their opinion. That was actually natural, spontaneous, we think you should do this. When it's went badly, I guess where we have asked too many questions and gone into too much granular detail, and we ended up with big piece of research that drilled down and drilled down and drilled down. We couldn't do anything with it, because you ended up having so much information. Some of it was contradictory that we couldn't do. I mean, we spent I think it was 4 months doing this piece of research, and we over-engineered the bloody thing, and we ended up having so much data that it didn't actually help us get a true North Star of what we should do. And so we started a little bit. We started again and simplified it. And like, would you like this? Yes. Would you like that? No. Do you know? So it was more over-engineering is where, and there's been a couple of cases like that where we've tried to be too smart and ended up not getting an answer at all. Now it's your turn to throw the ball over there. Good catch. I think we get that.
That was not going to happen. We heard a lot from speakers before you came on stage about the need to re-engineer organizations in order to embrace digital change or technological change. And from your remarks, it sounds as if you worked with a lot of people who were there, didn't necessarily even report to you. Do you buy the idea that we need to change organizations in order to embrace digital technology? And if so, what lessons have you learned?
I think we possibly need to take change, depending on where you are. And forgive me, I don't know all your firms, but depending on where you are in the organization, I think you probably need to change. In some cases, it's more attitudinal that needs to change in an organization, i.e. the risk-taking, the understanding that what got us here won't get us there. Like, even if you're in a very successful firm today, it doesn't mean to say that that's going to take you forward. Structurally, I think I kind of agree with the comments before in terms of organizational design, thought, ability to take risks, understanding the investment needs to happen not so much in infrastructure but more in tech, and that everything doesn't have to be 100% right before you launch it. That, I think, needs to change in a lot of companies. Structurally, I don't know that organization structure necessarily dictates success. As I said, most of the people don't, and I don't think people behave in a big organization. I don't think people behave because of what's on an org chart. I think they behave because of who they trust, who they buy, what they want to work for, and what they believe in. And I think if you get the structure, as I said, most of the people that worked on the stuff that I didn't work for me, and I'm like, I don't care. They don't need to report to me. So I think if you can change the organizational attitude and ability to take risks, their profile of investment going forward, and the understanding of, even if you're super successful today, that doesn't mean that there's loads of massive brands that I grew up with that don't exist anymore. And it's potentially because of complacency, potentially because of the desire not to be just a little bit out of control so that you can move fast. I think that's where I think I agree with the earlier comments. It's attitudinal rather than structural. Oh, you don't have very far to throw it now. That was an easy one. No, nobody, when we finish this, nobody's throwing it to me, because I am not catching it.
Okay.
I can't throw it.
So you've worked for corporations that manage brands globally, which is good and bad. So as somebody that went to Cambridge, there's a hotel called the Garden House. I still call it the Garden House. Hilton call it the Doubletree by Hilton
I've
Cambridge,
been there,
which is
right on the river.
Classic branding error. Because it's the Garden House. It'll always be the Garden House. It's a much better name. And you could have called it the Garden House by Doubletree. So you didn't need to wreck what was a brilliant, unique brand.
Did you know I don't work for them anymore?
I know you didn't. But no, there is...
It's not my fault.
Look, there is purpose in this wind-up. The purpose in the wind-up is that Madison Square Garden, where my son has mixed sound for Roll Blood, a brilliant venue. But this is a very, what I would call 20th century American brand fascism. The brand is the brand, and you're not allowed to deviate. I think we're on the cusp of going to a much more, old jargon, post-industrial sense of allowing more chaos. And so I'd be really interested in your perspective as to how digital can help even very large corporations embrace a bit more chaos, not be the brand fascists that have to change the Garden House into the Doubletree by Hilton Cambridge, and take us to a different and maybe more personalized, more varied place.
Okay, I've got you about the Garden House, okay? You've said it twice now. I don't work for them anymore. I do think we are at that point where we are potentially, for some brands, you want to be purist about the brand, and for others, we're kind of a bit tired of it a little bit, It's that was potentially. And I am now with Madison Square Garden Company looking at all those brands that we have and trying to determine what is our branding strategy going forward. If you have, 14 different brands, is it everything by Madison Square Garden Company or not? And currently it's not. When I was at Hilton, we did go through this kind of endorsement strategy, which is the Doubletree by Hilton, etc. To answer your question, and that's a little bit about why, because that was where we all went, right? Everybody became a Starbucks, everybody became a Costa. everything became branded. And I think now there is appetite for more discretion and actually more personalization and less purebred branding. You can see boutique hotels, etc. How can technology help in that respect? I think it can, because just look at Airbnb.
Right.
That enables, not every one of those has Airbnb above its door, right? So technology can enable the benefits of scale that branding used to bring.
Right.
When you didn't have distribution and you didn't have technology, whereas now we have it. Therefore, I think branding certainly, CMO, I'm going to say branding still has a place,
Right.
but I think technology means that you can do it in different ways and you have other routes.
Right, and back in your old gig, Plaza Veen was a beautiful hotel which would never change from the name of being Plaza Veen, but it was still a Hilton, wasn't it? Right, deep down. And that was fabulous.
Have you got a list of these
No,
that
no,
you're
no,
going to read
no.
out? It's like,
My
here's
last-
another one.
No. My last one is the Beekman. So the way Thompson do it.
You do.
So the way I know the Beekman is a Thompson, but it's the Beekman, right? Because it's a completely unique piece of architecture. For those who've been to the financial district in New York, stay at the Beekman. It's fabulous. It is a Thompson though, and so the endorsement of the brand is secondary to the uniqueness of the property.
And there are, I know from Hilton's perspective, there's a new brand, a collection brand called Curio, and Curio allows the name of the hotel, like the Trafalgar, a Curio by Hilton. It allows so there's definitely, and I think you need to take each one and make, it shouldn't be an all or nothing decision. It should be the brand, the product, the consumer, and what is right and what are the options. And frankly, also, how do you make, you're there to try and grow and make money and employ people and all of that stuff. So it's, any more on your list?
No, I'm positive.
Right.
I'll throw the ball. Or the cube.
Okay.
And just based on timing, I'm going to say thank you. We'll leave the box there for now.
Thank you.
Please all join me in
Thank
thanking
you.
Let's go straight to the panel discussion. We have three very distinguished panelists. Rashik Parmar from IBM, Mark O'Donoghue from Avada, and Bob Flint from BP. This session is all about reimagining the future and then trying to make that future happen. And that means that you need to bring people on board and keep them there. And that's a challenge both internally and externally. And our panelists, I want to introduce them. I'll just refer you to the program leaflet where you have their backgrounds. They all have different perspectives to this issue. Two of them, working for 100-year-plus old organizations, have a thing or two to say about inertia. So, without further ado, shall we start with Rashik, please?
Sure. So when we look at reimagining the future, let's start with a perspective on how digital disruption actually takes place. And I'm hoping some of you will have seen the paper that David Gann, myself, and Ian McKenzie, who sat there, wrote, which was the 5 patterns for innovation. And in that paper, we kind of shaped the 5 ways we see technology disrupting the marketplace and really sort of highlighted the underlying piece. I won't go through all that paper, but one of the elements we talked in there was interconnect industries. And building on from what Geraldine was saying earlier, it's not about just creating something that's indispensable. It's about solving issues that matter, which are systemic across users or consumers or the industry. And often you find the real problem that you're trying to solve is creating certainty where uncertainty existed. Okay, and so if you look at many of the examples that Geraldine gave, it was knowing where your room was going to be, knowing where the food was, right? And the removal of uncertainty is where digital creates tremendous value. And as we start to look at some of the systemic societal issues that we're addressing or trying to work on, one of the ones is food, and the fact that you don't actually know where that food's come from. Is it authentic? Has it been tampered in any way? Is there any disease or other aspects in that? And so one of the platforms that we've built is called Food Trust, which starts to bring together the supply chain around food, starting with Walmart, working with people like Carrefour, working with suppliers like Nestle, working with specialist organizations, and building a blockchain-based platform for food trust, as the name says. And as you start to try and understand how that happens and what do we need to do to make that possible, you realize there's 5 key things that need to take place. One is you need the ecosystem on board. So all the aspects of that value chain need to come together and work with you. And that is not insignificant as a challenge to start with. To just get everybody on board is quite a big challenge. Second piece is you need a business model where all the players that are going to have some cost will actually get some value. And somebody said earlier that 95% of blockchain projects fail. Typically, there's the challenge is if you have one little break in the blockchain, the chain becomes a lot less valuable. You can't build a business case. And so building that consortium is kind of key, and having a clear business model where everybody gets value is fundamental. But the third thing is you need a governance structure which is open and transparent. And we often take the model that was being used in open source, and having that open governance structure is kind of fundamental to that. The next thing is having standards. So the governance structure has got to establish and define the standards that allow interoperability across that value chain. And then the last part is you need to have something that actually works. So you need to have reliable, dependable infrastructure. And so those 5 things are kind of characteristics that we always look at in our projects. When we look at other transformation projects, we've got things like WeTrade, which is looking at trade finance. We just announced a couple of weeks ago the clearing system, WorldWire, which allows you to transfer money from normal currencies into a temporary currency and then back into the final currency. You've got consistency and transparency across that with a full clearing. So these are problems which are societal and systemic. They're baked in uncertainty, and using technology in the right way to allow that uncertainty to become more certain is really the value, I would say.
Thank you. So this is about converting a supply chain into an ecosystem, basically.
Correct.
And
exactly.
how do you make that happen?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back to that. Mark, you have been focusing on big data and thinking about capabilities that you need to develop.
Absolutely. I suspect everybody thinks they know what BP do and what IBM do. You may not know what Avado Learning does, so I might just sort of give you a brief overview. We essentially work with very large organisations to be able to help them build digital skills and digital capability to go on their version of a digital transformation journey. And we do that principally through online learning. Now that will have triggered for many of you, is that e-learning? And then to mind will have sprung the words boring and compliance, probably. So we are a million miles removed from that. The way that we go about online learning is sort of highly interactive and group-driven, and using content from key partners who have thought leadership in areas of digital transformation. So we co-create programs with Google around digital marketing. We co-create programs with Tableau, for example, around data literacy, and the CIPD around the future of work, and others. So that's a sort of rapid overview of who we are. So enough about us, and on to sort of what digital transformation means for large organisations. Well, the reality is it means a totally different thing to one organisation as to what it means for another. Everybody has their own version of what good looks like in a digital world for their market, for their business, for their organisation, and for their history. But what's probably common to all of them is that they're struggling with taking their people on that journey. Because it's one thing to be able to try and make the most out of the new technologies and what they're capable of doing for your customers. It's another thing to actually be able to coalesce people around getting that done and getting it done right. So if I sort of give you an example from a large technology business, not IBM, that I was talking to the other day, one of their senior leaders was saying, right, I've got 2 challenges. My first challenge is this is my core business at the moment. It's very successful, but it's in a sort of a fading technology area. so it's under margin pressure. So my only route to be able to sort of keep this business ticking over and be able to extract what we can from this market is to continually cut cost. And that involves people. I have to start losing some of the people who have been with us for a while. They've been successful. They're good people. They know our business. And it's not only sad to be cutting those people out of our business, it's also immensely costly because I have to either pay out redundancies, I've got to do exit programs and all these sorts of things. So it's costly both emotionally for the business and financially for the business. So that was challenge one. Challenge two is I've got this new area of technology, which is not our heartland. And so into this area of the business, which has growing margins and is the sort of coming thing, I need to be able to invest in new skills, which involves hiring new people. This is not only costly because they cost a lot to find, it's also pretty risky because we don't know this area of technology as well as some of them say they do. And so the wool may be pulled over our eyes, and it's sort of creating a new silo within our organisation of people who are not necessarily part of what we do and are trying to run things in a totally separate way. So on both of these two challenges, he has cost and he has risk. And actually, the conclusion that we were drawing was, well, the obvious solution is you want to be able to take as many people from challenge one into challenge two, because then you sort of create consistency and you create a platform from which you can grow into your new area of business. And that sounds like it involves a lot of sort of technical skill. So if you think about sort of capability for people more broadly, technical knowledge and skill is undoubtedly a key part of it, but it's actually a slightly easier part to train and to sort of grow than sort of mindset and behaviours. That's harder to change than technical knowledge. And so when we think about mindset and behaviours with large organisations on their digital transformation, we typically sort of work around four major themes, and there are lots of subsets of these. But those four major themes are customer centricity, as Geraldine said, customer at the heart, which is basically aligning your business so that the first thing that everybody thinks about is what the customer need is rather than what the product is. And that's sort of customer in rather than product out, if you like, in terms of the thinking. There are lots of things that go around that. So that's part one. Part two is agile innovation, so agile with a small a rather than a capital A, which is about the pace at which you move, your desire and ability to be able to test and learn, to iterate, to accept rapid failure, and how you go to market in that sense. Then the third area is, as Erko said in the introduction, around sort of data-driven decision-making, or the use of data within an organisation to evidence opinions, to be able to challenge decisions, and to be able to make better decisions. You can become a slave to data, but if you're not using it at all, then you've really sort of missed a trick. And then the fourth area is a sort of a culture of collaboration. So there were sort of various questions to Geraldine there about organisational change. And if there's one feature of an organisation that puts the customer at its heart, it's collaborating across functions in order to be able to serve that customer need. And so in what we do, we focus on those particular areas.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Finally, Bob Flint, so you're an innovation director with BP, and obviously traditional sector, traditional business, not the digital business. Yet you need to bring about change. So how do you work with that?
Okay, great. So I get the special microphone, I think. So I joined BP about 5 years ago. BP's been going for well over 100 years. So when I joined, I was expecting to come into quite a traditional, slow-moving environment. And actually, I'd come from a startup environment where things moved pretty quickly and could turn on a sixpence. And actually, I was really surprised. So the pace of change in the energy industry as a whole is now extremely high. And that's down to a couple of factors. So there's been massive change in supply and demand balance over the last few years, and that's caused pricing to really change and become very volatile now. And in addition, The world, of course, needs more energy, but it needs low-carbon energy. So there's a transition which is being talked about, which is an imperative, a global imperative. So those two factors come together to cause really a reinvention of the whole energy business. And technology is a huge part of that change. So BP publishes a thing called the Technology Outlook every couple of years. That looks out to 2050. It's a really long-term view. And we called out digital technology as being a key component, if not the key component, of the energy value chain now. It's probably going to have the biggest impact across the whole supply and demand side of any technology set. But it equally well is incredibly fast moving. So we wanted to track that and make sure that we are responding to that. And I wanted to call out a couple of issues involved in that digitization of the energy sector. So one is scale. So as well as being a relatively old business, a relatively traditional business, we're also a very large business. So we have around 75,000 employees. We work in 80 countries, and we have a lot of infrastructure. So Geraldine talked about the physical world in terms of where technology meets human beings. In our world, we absolutely have big stuff. So we have lots of steel, and we have lots of processes and lots of manufacturing. So we want to monitor what's happening. And therefore, the idea of building digital twins, effectively, of that physical world, but in the digital world, becomes very powerful for us. So can we use sensors to collect the condition and then take that data back to safe places where we can analyze it for insight? And that enables us to do optimization, so we can tweak things and make the outcomes better and cheaper. And we can also use it for things like preventative maintenance. So an example would be something we call Apex, which is now a system that's been rolled out across the whole organization. So we monitor our assets using that kind of technology. We can do things in a few minutes that previously took hours. And that drives a lot of operational efficiencies, frankly, in the existing business. So doing stuff at scale in that large organization, there's always going to be some tensions. So you've got the tensions between central stuff, so IT departments, for example, versus the needs of the business. So the business is best placed to digitize itself and to understand what its needs and wants are. So we need to make sure that we balance off the good and the bad about those, and also maybe introduce some additional challenges like partners outside of our existing supply chains who can bring us new stuff. You know, great innovations that we can scale and enable us to do things that we couldn't do before. The other thing I wanted to call out is really around disruption. So as well as the incremental advantages of getting better day by day and digitizing, there's also really the ripping up of the existing value chain, creating new profit pools, and then deciding how everyone plays in that new world. And that's definitely happening in energy. So just look at transportation, for example. As we electrify it, really the whole process of maybe turning transportation into a service starts to come about. So we change the way that we make an offer, we change who the customer is, and we change who makes money. So we do things in different ways in that area too. So we're looking for digital disruption to power some of those new business models. And in that space, then we're definitely creating different teams. So my team is very active in that space. We use venturing and investments as a key tool alongside other open innovation mechanisms. And we've also created something called a launch pad, which is how we scale up some of our own ideas. So we work with internal entrepreneurs who want to then scale up an idea that we can use for our benefit, but also maybe turn into an independent business. So entirely new ways of doing stuff.
Okay, thank you, Mark. So we have three perspectives. We have IBM and Rashik talking about, well, how can you leverage blockchain to, try change in the industry structure and the 5 challenges that come with that. bringing people on board basically and making sure that everyone benefits and everyone has some kind of a shared vision, because otherwise this orchestration falls apart. We have Mark, who's been looking at transformation more from the internal perspective. What are the new capabilities you need to build, and what are the capabilities that you need to shed? And how do you manage this? Because it can be a painful process. You need to cut capabilities. And then Bob is talking implementation of technologies on the one hand, of things digital, to rethink how you operate and make your operation more efficient, but at the same time also rethink what you actually do and how you engage the new venture community to learn new ways of thinking, doing things. So many themes here. And I think that instead of me asking you questions, in the interest of time, maybe we should just go straight to questions from the audience. So it's all about orchestrating and driving change, internally, externally, dealing with sources of inertia internally, externally, and so on and so forth. We have, maybe if you try. Well done.
Well done.
Teamwork.
Digital teamwork, excellent, thank you. So I'm Arif Herji, I'm from Centrica, the trading arm of Centrica. A question to Bob, you said something very interesting. When it comes to technology and deployment of technology, you've got something which is group, you've got a big company, but you said something that is better placed in the businesses. How do you weigh, and what is the path of saying how you deploy technology, digitalization, algorithmic trading, big data near the businesses rather than from a group function point of view?
Okay, so several aspects. So there are clearly some things where centralization is good, right? So let's call out cybersecurity, right? So having a common approach, a rigorous approach, a standard approach to putting data in a place where we can look after it, and having the right governance and security around that is clearly a good thing, and we need to have some guardrails around that. At the same time, we clearly want 100 flowers to bloom, and we want the business to drive its own innovation. So solving problems as close as possible to the front line makes sense, and empowering people so that they can feel as if they can recognize an issue and also grab some tools and then fix it is clearly a great idea. So these things are going to have to coexist. And that's why I'm calling out the tension. So maybe there will always be some, hopefully, creative tension between those two extremes. So I think there's just a process of recognizing what's good and what needs to be done in a centralized and maybe top-down kind of way versus the empowerment and bottom-up kind of way.
So when should the business unit drive the change, and when should the change be driven from the center?
If I could just add a couple of comments to that, because I think that the pathway for the evolution of ideas sometimes comes from somebody having a smart idea. It could be anywhere in the business, or it sometimes comes from a challenge, often from the center, which says we can't afford to have any failures or risks. And if you start to look at where the source of the disruption is it from an idea or is it from a challenge, you start to see where that should best live. So understanding how that idea will progress to the point that it has impact is an important part of the whole story there.
And I think the sort of the extra take on that I'd give is that the best ideas, I do think, start closer to the customer. And I can't begin to comprehend how the ideas underwater drilling and so on, which are not necessarily that close to the customer, but are vital, sort of start to come together. But if we have a perspective that is always start as close to the customer as possible, And we did some work with Philip Morris. It's the only tobacco company we work with, I should say, because they're the only tobacco company to say that they want to be the first tobacco company not to be selling tobacco. That's slightly an aside. But they basically ran some capability programs and said to their people, get out there and just try stuff. And you had very, very small tests that were set up by people because they were that close to the customer. So in their Egyptian market, where they were frequently out of stock across the endless number of corner bazaar shops in Cairo, they, in sort of 2 weeks, launched an app. Now that sounds like, a big piece of development. They launched an app, but actually all they did was they had an app with a single page that had a button on it that said restock. It was no more complicated than that. And all that did was send an email to somebody in the office to send out the last order relating to those products that corner bazaar shop had. And it is literally as simple as that. But by being that close to the customer, they were moving faster. Then you can sort of take the central view and you can say, well, that's great, it's worked there. Where else can we start to roll it out? So there's a bit of let people go and do what they need to do, but make sure you've also got some sort of data capture processes to make the most out of the best ideas that can be flowed out elsewhere.
Well, Mark, I think that's a good point, but the counter-argument is that if we focus on the customer, and this is the point someone criticized about design thinking, focusing myopically on the customer, it gives you incremental innovation. It seldom gives you insight into how to radically change things. So, there's that trade-off too. Also to address. I don't know if you or Bob or Rashik have.
And I think if you focus on idea-led innovation, then it tends to be incremental. Challenge-led innovation often is disruptive. So if you say, look, I need to cut the cost of this organisation by 70%, you can't afford to do it. You can't do it in the way you've done it in the past. So that challenge-led often derives a lot of that disruptive thinking.
Yep. We had another question over there, and then one over. And then.
Thanks very much. Oh, thank you. That's what happens when the seat goes up. Good morning. Thank you. All good. Thank you, Arko. This particularly, I suppose, for perhaps Rashik and Bob. I'm Scott Young. I'm a founding board member of Cambridge Quantum Computing. And the question, I suppose, is particular with Bob, you speaking about remote monitoring, increasing digitalization of information flows, project teams in different parts of the world. If you're in 80 countries, I can imagine an extraordinary amount of very critical, sensitive client information, project team information, all the rest, 24 hours a day going around. How are you protecting yourself in terms of the cyber issues and blockchain, Rashik, as you mentioned as well, with increasingly powerful computers that are able to pierce even the most effective defenses? Thank you.
Shall I go first?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So from a cyber perspective, it's always an arms race between you and the perpetrator. Right? There's no easy way around that. We're doing more and more about providing shared information on where the perpetrators are, what they're trying to do, and making that more and more open, because that helps us fight that, not just one organisation, but industry-wide. But often the weakest link is the individual, right? So the biggest problem and biggest challenge that we face is understanding what we can do to stop the individual following something which is opening that email which just happens to be a phishing or whatever, or allowing that NotPetya to flow through the organisation. And there's no easy way. So the move towards things like cloud technology actually allows us to standardise those processes and start to increase the quality of the defences that we've got. But it's a trade-off between the best system is one that you can't use, which is totally secure. If you want to make it usable, then you've got to allow some level of risk, and it's how do you balance those risks. And you may or may not have seen that we've got this thing called the Cybertruck going through right now. The Cybertruck is a cyber ranch which we're using to simulate the situation when that dreaded virus has taken over the organization. How do you cope with that? It's about us as an organization knowing and understanding what happens when that situation takes place and how we respond. Okay. And it's having that discipline and practice base to be able to respond to those things.
Okay, so just as a build on that, totally agree about the behavior change issues as well as the technology-based issues. So we have lots of infrastructure, we have lots of data. You're absolutely right. Today's world is full of threat, and we have built a cybersecurity organization that is pretty competent. We don't talk about it a great deal because that just tells the black hats what we're doing. So, but what we can say is that we're acutely aware that there is an arms race, as you say, but there are kind of disruptions in that arms race. I think you mentioned the word quantum earlier, and clearly quantum computing and the ability to crack today's encryption is a likely future threat in the near future, in fact. So we definitely see that eventuality, as part of our next generation technology activity. We want to anticipate that and then put in place protections even against that kind of nuclear grade threat. So we think things are going to change even beyond the current threat level, and we need to be prepared.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a question over there.
Going on.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tone Ringstad. I'm here from Oslo, Norway. I'm a founder of Culture Engine, a platform that can do culture analytics. So I'm interested in a couple of things regarding the oil industry, because I grew up, in my former life I was in the oil industry, so I learned that it was really structured and really integrated in a lot of concepts, the way we worked. And so I'm curious to find out, how can the big oil industries or any big corporation integrate the entrepreneurial spirit in a good way to make innovation happen and make the digital transformation go well and fast? And so I'm really want to more challenge Mark, I think, because you said the fourth pillar that you're working on is the culture of collaboration. So how can you train people to integrate a totally new culture in order to be more innovative, but not in a traditional way? So how do you do that? Because I think that's the core of what we're talking about. How can we change our culture to really adopt all the opportunities that are out there, and find ways to work together with the right people that we don't know and that we haven't worked with before, but have something unique to offer?
Yeah, that's a easy question.
Okay. Shall I take that?
How do you become more entrepreneurial without things falling apart and everyone running to different directions? So
let me talk about what we've done in the IBM company, because we've been really challenging ourselves to do this more and more. In one of my previous roles, I was the president of the Academy of Technology, and this is a structure that we built 25 years ago when we realized that most of the innovations that matter to the company are ones which span the organizational boundaries, and we had to break through the organizational boundaries. And if you try to use any organizational construct, then it failed. So we decided, rather than using an organizational construct, we'll create a kind of a grassroots movement in the company, and we call it Academy of Technology. And this is, to give you a feel for the structure, it's a volunteer organization, anybody can go join. We've got 44 chapters around the world, and each chapter does what it wants to do. It's not controlled by management, it's controlled by the people, and really is very democratic in that sense. And it feeds up to a president who is elected by the teams, and that president then drives an agenda. That president has the opportunity to challenge corporate strategy. So as part of my role, I was at the corporate strategy meetings on a monthly basis, challenging corporate strategy that Ginny and the leaders were suggesting, based on what was coming from the community. So I had roughly 44,000 inputs each day coming in with ideas and things that we could go and contribute on. And that collaboration, which was self-forming, the teams came around an idea. And to give you one example, just to bring it to life, one of the teams based in Japan was saying, if we get a genomic sequencing device that came to below $1,500, then this transforms part of the healthcare and transforms how we support the healthcare industry. And that was completely contrary to what the corporate strategy was doing at the time. And so the innovation team that I led through that team, we challenged what corporate strategy we're going to do. We had some very interesting discussions for a number of weeks, and Ginny actually said, right, we're going to follow what the Academy is saying because I think it's the right way we want to move forward. And things like IBM deciding to open up the patents and create tremendous linkage with Linux as a foundation. That whole decision was made because the Academy had driven that and said this is where our future is, we have to go down that way. So by having trust and organizational support to allow that trust to be systemic, you can create collaboration and you can make it endure. And as I say, that structure's been in place for over 25 years now. And it's self-forming, self-reforming as the world changes.
Not to be annoying, but I think that's the problem. How do we create that trust? Because that's not trainable in a normal way. That's like, what do you do in order to gain that trust? Because I think that's where a lot of it stops.
And actually, so you raise a really important point because the periods when the Academy president lost the trust of the Academy, and it was disastrous. When I took over, the challenge was the Academy was probably going to be closed down. Right? And when I was asked if I wanted to stand for the presidency role, my instant reaction was, no, I don't want to close the Academy on my CV. That's not one thing that I'd like to have, right? And so I tried really hard not to take on the role, but everybody said I had to go do this job. So it's kind of, you just go do it. So I took on the role, and I took lots of counsel. So I had many senior managers who helped me shape and structure the agenda to make it successful. Luckily, I was successful. I'm still there, but it's a challenge. How you rebuild that trust is a long story, and I can take you through that separately. But it's
Mark is training people to in the cultural change.
Yeah, and culture is not a button that you switch, and it absolutely doesn't change over. Hopefully it changes over something shorter than geological time. But there are sort of various enablers that help it to change more rapidly. And so I think there are some principles that get executed differently in different organisations because they have a different starting place culturally. One is the behaviours demonstrated by the leadership. So a lot of what you were talking about there was if you're surfacing things to people who are then responding in a way that indicates it's okay to fail, perhaps celebrating some of those failures and pulling the lessons out of them so that the rest of the organisation gets some benefit from what other people have done. And the people who tried something and it didn't work, are not immediately removed from the organisation, but, go on to try something. So there's a leadership component to it. I do actually think that there is an organisational component to it that can help to enable it. It isn't the be-all and end-all, but it can help. And lots of different organisations try different things here. So probably everybody's familiar with Spotify's squads and tribes sort of organisational structure, which is one of those things that orients the organisation towards a customer and functions that serve a customer. So back to that customer centricity point being aligned to this. Or an equivalent of what Rashik was just talking about is Google's 20% time, which surfaces loads of ideas. It gives people time to work on them, and so sort of innovation is happening without it being guided. So there are lots of different things that organisations have tried, and that is actually about your organisational structure and the way in which you allow people to work within the organisation. So I think there are quite a lot of different principles, and you have to, culture is test and learn, in as much as product development is test and learn. So you'll find some things that, seem to work brilliantly initially and then peter out, but, then it's reinvention and what's the next thing that can keep the momentum going.
Yeah, the tension between optimization and exploration is a fundamental one. It never goes away, and you always have to think about it. In terms of time management, we have 5 minutes left, so that means that we have time for 2 questions and 2 answers. I'm sorry, we had one over there and one over there. So we can, if you go first, then we have one, and the rest I'm afraid we need to take you in the lunch break.
In the spirit of digital transformation, we've got a question from the live stream. Is there an issue of expected versus realised digital transformation impacts, and how do you address that?
So go ahead. After you. If I look at many of the digital transformation projects working with the clients, often they have a very clear challenge. You know, we want to reduce the churn on our clients in this way. We want to try and improve this product, and you always start off with some pretty BHAGs, as we heard earlier. Those challenges you break down into smaller pieces, and it's actually the realized pieces are the small increments that make things possible, but you're guiding that towards a bigger goal. And many of the projects that we've worked on will get a third of the way there and they say we've done enough. So often the goals are so big and broad that you don't want to go that far, you want to go part way on the journey.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. We did some work with a big pharma company who, as part of their sort of capability building programs, created what they called application periods, which is where, you know, they'd been through some learning, and they then explicitly created a window where people were expected to then go and take that into the business, actually do something with it. So in sort of small steps, you then end up with, in their case, they had these sort of 2,000 application case studies of what people had done differently, sort of before and after, and what business impact that had had. Now, it wasn't necessarily laddering up into some big set of, you know, corporate goals, as it were. It was much more incremental on a journey towards that. But connecting this question with the last one, it's also one of the things that then breeds culture change, because we're celebrating some of the small things and the incremental changes that have made a difference. And when you aggregate those together, they actually mean something quite big.
Okay.
Thank you. Alex Lewis, EY. What we've been talking about has a huge potential to improve outcomes for patients and people in general. Many talk about barriers that exist within the NHS that block the adoption of the approaches we're talking about. What do you think those barriers are, and how might we overcome them?
Barriers to change. Bob, do you want to say something about that?
Yeah, there's been a lot of common themes, I think, today around transformation being about people. And then we've touched on culture, we've touched on methods, agile and others. I would go to there rather than technology per se. So I think there's plenty of technology, there's plenty of great technology, there's a continual stream of innovation. It's really about embedding and scaling that the challenges come. So transitioning from proof of concepts and pilots to something that is widespread and is used day to day and is accepted, that's the huge challenge. So I think there's, we've talked about leadership, clearly having a clear direction set by leadership and permission granted by leadership to experiment and to look at new ways of working. I'd definitely call that out. I would also call out digital literacy and the idea that there is widespread understanding, not at a detailed expertise level, but just at the level of being able to understand technology now and in the next wave, and where its limitations are and where its potential may be, so that you can have a conversation, a group conversation across the whole organisation about some of the outcomes. I think that's incredibly powerful. So we are looking at that. We have a conversation every day around technology and where it may go, and then some of the imperatives about how the environment is affecting our organisation. And that's really powerful.
If I can add, and I totally agree with what you're saying there, if I can add a couple of things. I think there's this almost systemic fear of change. And it's a fear that's borne out certainly through some of the doomsday books and scenarios we get from science fiction, that robots are taking our jobs, or loads of press. And I think that fear is prevalent in a lot of the discussions that I have, whether it's with the health service or other industries. The second piece of human challenge we face is shame. And often a lot of these projects will highlight individuals who weren't able to make it. And it's not they're doing it intentionally, they're just doing it almost by accident. And this whole fear and shame is almost ingrained in the workplace in a way which is really a major barrier. And so as I go into many of the projects I'm working on, it's how do you make people comfortable with becoming vulnerable? Right? When you go into these digital transformation projects, the individual is going to be going into a space where they're going to be doing things in a very different way, using technologies they're not used, and actually in the healthcare space, it could actually impact somebody's life, right? And that vulnerability, the individual has got to feel comfortable with going into that vulnerable space. And unless you make them vulnerable, and you make them comfortable about being vulnerable, they won't go there. And that, I think, is at the heart of a lot of the challenge that we face in driving these digital. And it doesn't matter whether it's in healthcare, whether it's the oil drilling industry, whether it's inside the transportation services, whether it's car design, every industry that's going through these digital disruptions. That is, if you peel it right back, that's at the heart of a lot of these issues.
So on that, talking about transformation, it's all about managing change. When you try to change things, you evoke all kinds of fundamental paradoxes and tensions that are very difficult to resolve. Technology is the enabler, but it's not about technology. It is about managing minds in the end. With that, we have food outside, so let's all go and eat and thank our panelists.
Ileana Stigliani, who is going to chair this very interesting panel. Take it.
Thank you, Mark. So welcome, everyone. This panel will be focused on zooming in onto the way organizations are designing and implementing digital transformation. And we have three great panelists. We have Lucy Cooper, Global Head of Innovation at Accenture. We have Chris Downs, CEO and MD of Normally, and Daniel Rowles, who is CEO of Target Internet. So we will follow a similar format as the previous panel. So I'll ask the three panelists, and maybe Lucy, you can go first, to share with us some thoughts about your experience in designing and implementing digital transformation.
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. I am head of innovation for one of our P&Ls at Accenture, Comms, Media and Technology, which is about $8 billion. So forgive me if more of our examples come from that part of the business. But we think about digital transformation a lot at Accenture, you'll be unsurprised to hear. And if I take a little bit of a step back and I think about what is digital transformation, there are a few things that are quite interesting that I look at from my role of innovation. Firstly, HBR actually just reported last week in an article that $1.3 trillion was spent on digital transformation last year by executives, and 80% of that money was said to have been in some way not capturing the value that it was attributed to in the business. And so I think when we think about design, that's a really interesting data point to remember, because the question becomes, why is that value not being captured? And at Accenture, we have a belief that actually digital transformation as a term, or transformation as a term, is completely redundant. And it's actually about, can you deliver continuous change? We're no longer in a situation where you have an 18 to 36 month change cycle, and then the state that you're going into at the end of that 18 or 36 months is constant. We're continuously changing, and we're continuously changing for a few reasons. There's a couple of concepts I'm just going to run past you. Logarithmic cost reduction, you're probably very familiar with. Drone technology is a very good example of that. A single drone used to cost close to $1 million less than 5 years ago. It now costs a few $100s, and you can have it, you can have it, and you can have it. And so what we're seeing is a dramatic decrease in the cost of pretty advanced technologies, meaning that that technology is available to everybody. The second thing that we're seeing is the acceleration of technology S-curves are coming at a rate that we haven't yet seen before. So we're seeing these new industries emerge. Payments is a very good example. That is a result of several technology S-curves building on top of each other. That's the effect of near-field communications. That's effective point-of-sale technology. That's effective mobile technology, all sitting on top of each other to create a payments industry. The problem with that is lots of S-curves fail to ever reach maturity, and it's really, really difficult to predict which of those S-curves are going to come together to form a new industry. So if you are a big corporate, what do? And that is what we really think about when we think about digital transformation. And we think really about how do we help companies become in a place where they can put speed above efficiency, which is probably the single biggest mindset shift that's challenging to legacy businesses. A big corporation is basically honed to perfection to do process transformation rather than people, culture, or customer transformation. And the way that that entire business is built is based off of things like budgets being locked on revenue-weighted capital, which means that the parts of your businesses that have traditionally given you the growth get the most amount of funding. They're probably not the parts of the business that are going to give you the future growth because of the amount of disruption that is taking place. And so they are not equipped to be able to unlock investment capacity or resources or to be able to stand up capabilities in a new way. And so at Accenture, we think about three things when we think about how do we help with digital transformation. We call it the WISE pivot. And we think about how can you pivot your people. We can come on to that a little bit more in the future, but like how can you enable your new people to have different behaviors, different outcomes that are tied to the value that you're trying to create in the market rather than a sales target or a cost savings target or an efficiency target. We think about the financial pivot, which is, of course, unlocking investment capacity to put to what we call the new. But it actually means, like, how quickly can you draw down $100,000 to set up a sandbox with AWS? Because if that takes you 3 months, then you've lost the gap in the market. Last year, I worked with all the major UK retail banks, and we benchmarked how long it took to onboard one single fintech, over 250 days. So if you cannot unlock the financial and procurement capital inside your business, you're unlikely to succeed. And the last one is the innovation pivot. Lots of people are doing it. No one is probably doing it in a very uniform fashion, and we believe you have to have a single structure and architecture to how you innovate at scale. Making an MVP is really easy. Getting it into 3,000 retail stores is really, really hard. So that's kind of a whistle-stop tour of when we think about what do you design for when you design digital transformation. We design around the 3 pivots, and we try and design for people rather than process.
Thank you, Lucy. Chris?
Wow, I've just enjoyed that incredible insight. Give me a minute, let it all soak in. Thanks, Lucy. So yeah, I work in digital transformation at a very different scale as a designer in a design team. But our clients are people like Google and Facebook who arguably have already digitally transformed. They didn't need to transform digitally because they were digitally native, born digital. But we also work with people like BBC and Barclays and many others who are going through a digital transformation at different phases. And there are 3 things I think are relevant to talk about today in this context. And the first is that when we have conversations about digital transformation with our clients, we often realize that what they're trying to do, their aim is to become digital. And it's as if they see digital as the purpose. And from our experience, it really isn't. Digital is a lever, it's a mechanism to transform something else. So the words digital transformation are a little bit of a red herring. We're not transforming to digital. We should be using digital and its affordances and its capabilities to transform something else. That could be social transformation, it could be product transformation, it could be the transformation of user experience. But our clients need to be really clear and explicit about what it is they're trying to use digital to transform. The second is digital transformation we see quite often. Lucy, I don't know if you see the same, but it's kind of hijacked by the CTO inside the organization. They see it predominantly as, I mean, it sounds like it's in the title, predominantly a technology-led initiative. And we see a lot of our clients obsessed with their stack and see it as an opportunity to shift legacy platforms into, summary, the cloud. Again, this focus on the technology being the important bit of digital transformation, for us, misses the real material that's at play here, which is the data. So digital transformation creates a lot more capabilities and opportunities around the use of data. And if we put that at the center of our innovation, we start to think more carefully about the stewardship of data. How do we collect data? On what terms are we collecting it? Who's responsible for it? Who takes ownership of it? How are we modeling the data? What decisions are being made and what's their responsibility with those decisions? And then finally, how is the data rendered? What kinds of products and services are we making out of this data? And then my third point is, particularly for this panel, is where does design sit in this? So I'm sure this morning you were all talking about design thinking or listening to people talk about design thinking. And I am probably a design thinker, although I wouldn't describe myself as that. I think I employ design thinking methodologies in my practice. But I'd also just caution that design thinking has its limitations. I often see talks like this, sit in panels, and I hear that design thinking is the way forward for any organization. It's only one of many ways forward, and it has certain limitations. And there's no one definition of design thinking. There's no one way of using it. Some people align it exactly to user centricity and user research, where its potential is limited by what you learn from users. Others, like us, connect it with three positions. One is understanding the user. The other is understanding the affordances of the technology and the data. And the other is understanding the capabilities and the requirements of the business. So if design thinking is too centered around the user, then it has really limited scope. And my final point is that if you're engaging with design thinking and it comes to you as a workshop, then that doesn't mean you're equipped to really use it inside your organization. You need to make cultural adjustments to really adopt design thinking at scale.
Thank you, Chris. Daniel?
Thank you. We've been coming at this from the angle of interviewing 58 large global organizations that are in transformation or have finished their transformation. And we've been looking at the success points and the failure points. And what's most interesting is I'll tell you why everyone's failing at this and what's come out universally. Two things to Lucy's point. The first one is that you're going to go through a digital transformation, solve all these problems, come out a beautiful butterfly, everything's fantastic and it's all done. And the reality is that the changing environment is just continuing to change. And by the time you come out of it, you need to transform again. So actually, exactly to the point of this being a kind of redundant term, is the fact that all we're really doing is gearing up organisations for constant change and actually trying to work out how can we build organisations that are going to be ready to constantly change. The second piece comes back to something from this morning, which is this whole organisational structure piece that we get obsessed with, and culture, and how those two things kind of align with each other. And I very much believe that the organisational structure can have a positive impact, but I'll tell you a story to show you how one completely kind of can demolish the other. So a big global pharmaceutical and skincare brand, and essentially they were having massive problems between IT, technology, and the rest of the business. So one of the things they did during the transformation is take IT and technology, and it was a silo, and turn it into this matrix structure. And they were very, very pleased with this matrix structure, and the idea being that that would solve the problems. The reality is that if IT see themselves as the arbiter of reducing risk and stopping you from doing stupid stuff, essentially they are going to get in the way of doing things. And it doesn't matter if you put them in the corner or you put them across the organisation, they're still going to see it as their role to mitigate risk. Whereas what they did in this organisation is change it. So, and there's a bit of carrot and a bit of stick here. They changed it so the IT team, they had their 6-monthly reviews. They didn't get their pay rises unless they got customer satisfaction scores above a certain percentage. But their customer satisfaction was internal. So every interaction with IT was then judged. That created a culture of kind of customer satisfaction. It was also incredibly unpopular. But it changed things, it absolutely shifted things. So the cultural change absolutely made a difference. It wasn't necessarily the structure that did that. So from a design perspective, it's understanding how the two things align and what difference that makes. But they'd started from a point of view of saying, actually, we need to fix IT, there's a problem with that internally. What they weren't really thinking about is what the customer wanted. And actually starting from that design-centric, customer centricity kind of point of view as well. So I think, we can learn a lot from the failures that are already happening, but I think the first one is to think you're going to do this and it's going to be done. This is an ongoing state that we need to be in now.
Thank you. Which brings me to a question, because all of you have talked about this continuous change. So it's not something that you deliver for like 10 months, 12 months, 18 months, but it's a continuous change. And part of it is changing the mindset of people. How do you go about doing that?
Show them the mindset, put people in positions of seniority and power who have the mindset that you want, and equip those people with resources like budgets and teams and authority, and give them a ridiculous customer-focused outcome and try and get them to go and achieve it. So at Accenture, you know, we have been going through a continuous cultural change of our own. The single best thing that we did, Chris is going to be thrilled to hear this, is we're 459,000 people at Accenture. 6 years ago, we bought a design agency called Fjord. It was at the time a few hundred people. It's now only a couple of thousand people. That single, we now use this term with clients, and how are you going to infect your business? And that little 200-person design agency has completely changed the mindset of the organization at Accenture. Now, the reality of how we did that was doing things like putting their co-founders on our management teams. We did that by protecting them. So we protected them from the Accenture metrics for 3 years. We protected them from the profitability metrics, the chargeability metrics of our people, all of those kinds of things, to enable them to go out and be creative and spend time with our client teams on really cutting-edge client projects like the Disney Magic Band, which we co-created, which if any of you have been to Disneyland, which was created between us and Fjord, where we took away the park gates because we were given a piece of customer insight that said the single most annoying thing to people going to Disney parks was the queues. So we said, well, how can we give people more time to make experiences and memories with their families? And that is where that whole entire Magic Band came from. We could have said we could increase the prices by 2%, but actually what we did is we gave an average person in a Disney park an extra 2 hours not queuing. What do you think they do in that 2 hours? They buy food and drink and merchandise and go on rides. And so I can't tell you the numbers, but it was much more impressive than 2%. And we then did the same thing with a cruise company called Carnival Cruises with their medallion bands. And so you have to think about who can you put in these positions and how do you provide them with the right visibility in order to make a super clear signal to your business, whether you're 20 people or 200,000 people, that you will reward this new mindset. So Accenture has just changed, I'll make a super quick point, it's how it promotes people to managing directors. It's called the leadership DNA. We just rewrote it. There are words like innovative and smart risks and smart experimentation and can you have an edgy personality in there? Whereas once there was probably, do you deliver beautiful projects on time, on budget, and without, too much drama? And so you have to kind of make those signals really clear and be serious about rewarding those people who deliver that personality to your organization.
I see it from the perspective, it's completely the same thing really, but the leadership piece. And one of the things we've seen as an absolute failure is that when leadership buys into this at the beginning, it's lip service that's being paid to it. Because what's happening is leadership, digital is very important, we're going to transform, we're going to go through this process, but there's not actual true leadership buy-in. And that trickles down through the organisation. And it is exactly that point of setting the example and setting that kind of leadership tone. We've seen a number of times when organisations are going through this process and they're absorbing startups because they think, okay, we're going to absorb this startup and the PLC is going to learn from the startup. And what happens is the PLC destroys the startup. And I think that point about protection is massively important because if you suddenly take a startup and say, right, you have to report like this, their mind will be blown by the amount of waste of time that's kind of going on because they just don't work in that way. So I think the leadership buy-in is core, and actually, if you're going to bring something new in, it has to be protected and it has to be bought into from the very top.
I have a question for you, Chris, because you talked about the limitations of design thinking, but what are the benefits of taking a design-led approach to digital transformation?
Well, my answer to that question would have been the answer to the first question, the other question as well, I think, which is that that design thinking is a productive way of working. And so if you oppose it to any alternative types of thinking, which are more analytical, you spend a lot of time pulling together lots of data and then trying to build trajectories in that data to understand what the future might look like. But I think one of the most important things about design thinking or design ways of working is that we have a productive approach rather than a deductive approach. So we build things very quickly, and we put them in people's hands, and we can test them. You can test whether the technology will bear it, you can test whether people desire it, and you can test whether or not that it's viable within the business. So the benefits, and so my answer to the first question is, as well as having the leadership and the organisation, you also need results and evidence. You need to show that it works, and design is very good when married with technology and marketing. It's very good at building things very quickly and building that evidence early on in the process without having to go through huge amounts of investment, without having to go through massive amounts of organisational change before you get some results and some evidence.
Shall we open it to the audience? Questions for our panelists? There's a question.
I've heard about this microphone. Do you throw it? Okay.
I won't throw it.
A lesson for you all. That's the way to do this. You said an interesting thing. I'm interested in future-proofing our data. So we're sitting here talking about digital transformation and all the rest of it. I come from a banking background where the technology is not quite cuneiform but close. How do we avoid getting ourselves in a place where 20 years from now, with all this whiz-bang stuff that we're creating, we're not in the same place, whereby we have legacy systems and an impossible task?
I mean, you can't predict the future, firstly, unfortunately. But there are some things that legacy businesses have done which I think we should take as a lesson, like, the idea of on-prem hard-coded systems. I think that is over as a strategy. And so when I spent a lot of years working with banks and in banking, I would say, one, there is a mindset aspect to this. Like the amount of banks that have said to me, we can't do that because, and I said, well, your challenger bank with a banking license is doing the same thing, and it's not about the capability. They think they can't do something because it will be deemed anti-regulatory or antitrust or anti-competitive, and that's not true. So there is what is the approach that you can take to the mindset of what your data is being used for, or what your systems are being used for, and design for that. So what are the 5 steps you need in your system, not what are the 3 steps that you can take away from a 100-process system already. So there's that kind of, how do you work from that place? But the second thing is I would say, think about how you can build as much white label technology as possible in I'm going to use the word agile approach as you possibly can, where you build the capabilities on top of that. So for you guys, it's difficult for the big banks, but we are decoupling with a lot of banks where half of the systems are going to remain on-premise, and through using cloud and analytics and creating data lakes, we can actually decouple customer journeys. So I would start with what are the customer journeys that are the most important customer journeys to get right, and then how can you decouple that from one of a better word, the mainframe architecture, and then what are you left with? And a couple of the really bold banks are building what they're left with. They are building new stuff over here, and they're not going to migrate. At some point, like an oil platform, they're going to decommission. And so those are kind of some of the strategic choices that you need to make. Can you do it in less than 60 lines of code? Can it be API enabled? Can you take your data architecture from somewhere else in a way that it's being updated in the cloud or by a third-party owner? And then what you're doing instead is you're securing that data rather than trying to account for all of the data yourself. Those are kind of some of the kind of decisions that will probably get you to a place where in the next 5 to 10 years, you've got a much more suitable architecture than you perhaps have today.
If your question is about how do we future-proof our data, that I think we've already seen we're in the middle of a huge social and legislative shift that is good news for our future. So I'm possibly the worst person to talk about this because I once collected all my personal data and sold it on eBay. So
how much did you get for it?
£250.
That's quite a lot.
But it was kind of pre-social media, so it was a bit thin on the ground back then. And so, do I have a right to talk about future-proofing our data? But this shift, thanks to GDPR, thanks to open banking, PSD2, and thanks to Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, I think the shift is now from data being owned by an organization and data sitting intrinsically linked to the systems it was built in to now being owned by us, or at least being taken care of by us. And if that's not by us, I'm talking about us as members of the public, if that's not happened yet, it's the groundswell is heading in that direction, and Apple's latest comments and positioning on making sure that we are custodians and guardians of our own data is a trend that we're going to see happen everywhere. So the future-proofing comes from the fact that we will take care of it. We will look after it. I will make sure that my data is as useful and as valuable in 20 years as it is today, whereas we used to expect organizations to take care of it, and they were, frankly, hopeless with it.
One quick point to add really briefly is that we spoke about embracing risk this morning, and this sounds rather strange in a banking data kind of advice. Oh, we need to embrace risk. It's kind of offhand to say, but the reality is of saying what actually is risk and changing that culture, what things are risky. And to all of Lucy's points about all these ways that we can do this in a de-risk kind of way, I think it's that mindset change that says actually this isn't as risky as we think it is. What's risky is if we don't do this, we'll fail, because we're just completely out of step with what's going on in the market. So I think there's that cultural piece in there as well.
You ready?
So this is less of a question and more of a rant.
I'll go.
But when I hear people say future-proof, I usually think that is an indication of the wrong culture as it relates to the things that Lucy was talking about. If you can do it in a small number of lines of code, if it fits with other things that you're doing, then the question is less worrisome about, will this last forever? Nothing lasts forever. And anybody who sells you something and says it's future-proof, grab your wallet. That's what I would say. So somebody could disagree or ask another question. That wasn't really a question, but if it provokes something, please do. Ready?
I would, given what I was saying about data, I'd like, if we shift it from future-proofing to thinking about sustainability, maybe that's a better way to think about it.
Value over the life.
Long-term value, sustainability of data, long-term stewardship of data. I think that's maybe a better way of framing it than future-proofing.
I mean, I would also say you have to raise you have to put security of data as a C-suite. It is not a CIO topic. It is not a CETO topic. It is a CEO topic. We have seen that from the software and platforms companies recently, and we have to get really, really serious. The reason why data breaches tend to happen is not because we don't have the security in place to protect people's data, but because the executives inside that company don't understand what needs to be put in place in order to have the right data protection and the right trust with their employees. And so the clever companies, I mean, we did a huge survey plug at Davos about putting trust back into data and businesses. And actually, there is a small amount of companies, 11% of the companies that we surveyed have got ethicists now. So they have board advisors who are ethicists, where they're starting to have the conversation of, is this ethical? And they're raising that to the highest possible level inside their business. And so that you have to be really, really serious about. An airplane company would not be dealing with people's safety sub-board level. So they shouldn't be dealing with the trust that they put, or take from people's data in any kind of different way. That would be my only other comment.
Who's going to certify it?
Sorry?
Who's going to produce a certificate that this is auditable, actually reliable data of high fidelity?
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not the most qualified person to talk to about that, but well, firstly, blockchain and technologies are doing that. I mean, lots of companies are fulfilling things like supply chains for trade with blockchain and doing smart contracting to be authentic about goods and the data surrounded with those goods. Regulators, I do think there is a really important role for the regulators and the global bodies that govern everything from whether it's something that the SEC could do and take on as an extra responsibility. The regulators and the organizations that currently manage the large global corporates should innovate themselves too and figure out how can they extend their reach towards data protection. We're seeing, in banking in particular, PSD2 as a regulation, that is coming from places like the CMA, which is the Competition and Markets Authority. That is not a That is not a financial regulatory body. That is a cross-regulatory body that looks at the right competition and is on the side of the consumer. So I think where we're being, Singapore and the Ministry Authority of Singapore is one of the best regulators in the entire world. I think we're seeing some amazing innovation in those places as well. But again, I would say we shouldn't be asking ourselves, can I get a certificate for my data? We should be asking ourselves, are we providing valuable products, services, and propositions to our customers in a way that makes them feel safe? And if the answer to that question is yes, then that should be considered ethical in most situations.
In case that those data are used for decision-making purposes, somebody has to stump.
I think to the point here that the thing is we've got to a stage where the regulators are no longer going to be able to keep up with industry. And that's a real fundamental shift. We're seeing innovation in regulation in some places like the Singapore kind of thing, but the reality is, if you look at pretty much any market now, whether it's from just basic marketing through to financial regulation, the innovation and the pace of technology is happening in such a way that the regulators are behind and are going to continually be behind. And when you see Facebook sitting in front of a select committee and just sit there cringing because they're being taken down the garden path, you kind of realise that actually there's something we need to shift within business around this as well, because if consumers are basically looking at brands and because of this kind of ethics piece and saying, I expect an organisation to act in a certain way, that should probably be our market driver rather than having to meet what the regulator's saying, because the regulators aren't going to keep up to date with it. So I think we have a bit of a mindset change about this kind of whole ethics on the board thing. I think is really important to that point.
There's a question.
We had a question. Yeah.
Someone missed the catch box in front of me, but finally I got it, even though I caught it. So my name is Luba Reynolds from Sales Expand Limited, so I'm expanding new technologies coming from corporate background. What I would like to hear from you is what's your experience in terms of approach towards digital transformation and upscaling it, kind of, expanding digital transformation, because surely agile technology, digital thinking, it's something much easier to implement in a smaller capacity team. So probably, what's your approach in, you probably want to get a bigger project, potentially bigger client, but surely it's less riskier to start somewhere within an organization, say, okay, let's try transform part of organization, see how it works, and then expand the approach to other sides of organization or other side of the process. So we reduce the risk, speed up implementation, learn lessons, and create some super user who can transfer that knowledge. So what's your experience in terms of expanding the kind of agile environment towards selecting digital transformation and upscaling digital transformation rather than just giving it straight away for the whole organizational part of the business?
Okay, everyone's looking at me.
Yeah.
I think we're agreeing with you. I think you start small somewhere and you test and learn really quickly what it is that you're trying to deliver as an outcome, whether that's can I get monthly recurring revenue up by 2%? Can I shift lifetime value of a customer? Can I get costs down? That is the metrics that you should be testing in a design thinking innovative approach. That in itself is very, very difficult to get most big corporates to do, by the way. They're used to scaling. They're used to saying, how much, sorry, you want $10 million? Oh, I thought this was going to be a $300 million program. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like getting companies to spend less money and say we're going to de-risk along the way by increasing certainty through a number of experiments is a very difficult mindset shift to deliver into most clients. But once you have de-risked, once you've done 10, 12 experiments, there are lots of, there's scaled agile methodologies. There are lots of very well-tested new business methodologies that can scale digital. I mean, at Accenture ourselves, we have automated over 50,000 jobs using new technologies in some of our offshore centers. We did that by saying to people, tell me which parts of your job you don't like and tell me which parts of your job you'll want to automate. They did it themselves. We said, we will reskill you in something higher up the value chain. We will retrain you in something if you automate your job. This was not us. They did this completely of their own accord. Over 50,000 job roles were automated, and we have then retrained those people into higher skilled services that are now providing some of the most advanced technologies that we deliver to our clients. And so, the first thing I would say is, I think everyone here is saying you start small, but then the question is how you scale. Scaled agile. We use scaled agile. The risk you need to get away from is wagile, as I call it, half waterfall, half agile, where someone never quite makes the leap. They think they're doing agile, they're not, they're doing waterfall. And that comes from being able to continuously deliver the same service in the same frameworks and methodologies that are linked to the value outcomes that you're trying to drive. But start with what are you trying to shift for your customer, whether that customer is an employee, rather than what process are you trying to redefine. And then get people who absolutely are experts at doing things like scaled agile, invest in those squad leads, invest in those scrum masters, invest in those people who really, really understand what that is, rather than telling someone who used to do waterfall, can you now do agile? Because otherwise you'll end up in a wagile environment.
And I think so. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, a lot of these initiatives were skunk works, like do something small, do it under the radar, then try and prove it. And I've lost count of how many amazing potential projects I've seen die because they never got out of their skunk works cell. So I think now starting small is exactly the right way to go, but you've got to start small in plain sight. The MVP that you develop has to have some expectations attached to it. So you need senior buy-in, you need expectation from the senior executives that something will come from these small initiatives rather than have them buried away and scurried away in a corner. So I think designing in plain sight, prototyping in plain sight with an expectation attached to it that it's going to make a difference, and then having a plan for how to attach these small-scale interventions to the business that already exists. Plan for it, make space for it, scope it, and expect it. Above all, expect it. Don't think it's just a small skunk works thing that's going to hide away in the corner. Expect it to come in and make a difference and plan for that. But it's a great question because I think you've nailed the most difficult truth in all of this. Yes, start small. Absolutely, we all agree. Then scaling it, that is the most difficult thing. Lots of really great initiatives wither on the vine on their way up through scaling. And it is still, I think, the hardest thing to deal with. I'm sure Lucy knows more than any of us about that process of scaling. It's our greatest frustration.
But but that's a mindset. I mean, we're coming back to this word again, that just two super quick things. If you expect an experiment to succeed, then you're setting yourself up for failure. You have to get CEOs comfortable with, we're going to do 50 of these, 30 of them might not work, but 20 that will work. We'll then, scale that into a prototype or an alpha. We'll get to 10, we'll scale those 10.
Yeah.
Most CEOs are still, they still performance manage people to say, if you bring me an idea, I expect you to be successful. And the second thing that does is it pushes through bad ideas and gives innovation a bad name, gives digital transformation a bad name, because you end up spending $50 million on something that if you had just been honest about after 3 months, you would have killed. Absolutely. You would have said, this didn't work. We spent £100,000. Let's spend £100,000 on something else and see if that works. But too often you get 6, 12, 9 months down the line and you're going, okay, no one wants to buy this. And someone who used to run a startup comes in and says, yes, I could have told you that after 3 months. So we are back to the how do you re-educate people that you're not going to scale every idea that comes. And that is not failure. That is okay. And I don't like using the word failure with big corporates because they operate at a cost of capital where failure is not really an option. But learning and experimentation is completely okay as long as you're willing to kill with speed as much as you're willing to scale with speed. And you're looking at the right metrics. You're looking at customer metrics. You have a new dashboard for metrics rather than are we saving 30% on the cost of this long-term program? So it's not really about the technology most of the time.
There's a piece in there about the measurement frameworks, exactly. When about 50% of the transformation programs we looked at that have succeeded, those that looked at measurement frameworks from the outset and joining data up from the outset, were then able to innovate more quickly because basically you've got some metrics to work towards and you can go for an agile process, see if it actually had an impact. But without that, you are kind of working in a silo. You can have these skunk works working away when nothing's actually coming to the forefront. So I think addressing that early on has been a big factor.
Other questions? I have a question. Considering that you've been talking about continuous change, and we have been talking about digital transformation for a while now, what is the next phase?
Well, Accenture actually believes that most companies are fairly early in their digital transformation journey, if we're going to use that phrase, which I would rather we didn't, but that's for the purpose of today. We're in our latency, like in our infancy, and we're in our infancy because of what's happening outside. You know, we've still got platform businesses trying to work out how they exactly want to go to market. We're only just starting to see convergence of industries that we've been talking about for a really long time. You think the platforms are taking over, you just wait 2 or 3 years. I mean, we are going to see the total changing shift of industry structures altogether. And, you know, I thought the Apple Goldman Sachs credit card announcement was very interesting. They put that entire announcement on the security that they provide around the card. They are touching a pain point about the fact that customers hate having to go through 3 or 4 processes of authentication. Yep. They hate the fact, like me, that they get locked out their account regardless of the fact that they've been a customer since they were 12 years old. They're not going after the card or the interest rate or the finances being better. They're going after the past customer pain point that really, really exists. And Goldman Sachs is underwriting that credit card. I think that's very interesting. So I think most of my clients use digital to try and fix legacy processes. They are not yet using digital to, exactly as Chris said, turn their business into something fundamentally different. So I think we're right at the beginning of the journey on digital transformation. I think that we are in the first mile of a marathon.
But it is important to reframe the meaning of what a true digital transformation is. Okay.
I think we're just going to see the average lifetime of a company getting shorter and shorter, because we're still going through this period where we've got 100-year-old companies, and there are a handful of those that are continuing to innovate, and we've had some of them here today. But the reality is all these new entrants to the market's coming in and actually, you know, transforming things because they are user-centric, because they haven't got the legacy systems in place. We're just going to see more and more of that over a period of time. And I don't think that's a bad thing. And I think we're at that cusp, we're at that kind of that bend in the chart, which basically says a lot of this stuff that's come before isn't fit for purpose anymore. We can go for this period now of trying to fix it, and we may get to do that. But actually that means turning 100-year-old companies into startups. That's something that's going to fail in a lot of cases. And I think accepting that is a realistic view of it.
There is a lot of, I mean, we're being really like, ooh, about it, but like, you know, we call it trapped value, like great consulting term, which is there's like a huge amount of trapped value being created in the market by these new industries emerging and changing customer expectations. Anyone can take advantage of that trapped value, whether you're a 100-year-old company. We have this thing called the Disruptability Index. The new one is coming out in June. We've been benchmarking since 2011. We added a new dimension this year, looking at disruption against 3 things: the enterprise value of the business, the capital intensity of the business, and the age of the company. And actually, age of company and capital intensity of the business has no correlation to the level of disruption. The only one that does is the future enterprise value of the business. And we surveyed 10,000 companies. So actually, there is a huge amount of opportunity to create future enterprise value for your business. The question is, how do you employ digital to unlock trapped value? And more often than not, it's not trapped value for you. It's trapped value for your consumers, and actually the leading indicator is trapped value for society. And if you can get your head around the fact that you might create 10% of value for yourself, but 35% extra for society that you never capture, but you get the 10%, then you are probably going to get yourself to a point where you're really, really winning. Because if you can say, if the consumer wins and society wins, then we can unlock trapped value for ourselves. And we're doing that through digital, let's not call it transformation, through digital, then I think there's a huge amount of opportunity, in where we're seeing value migrate to along value chains, thanks to the fact that software is literally eating the entire world.
Other questions? No. Okay, so I would like to thank our panelists for being here with us and for the interesting conversation. And I think we have a break now, don't we? Okay, so we can go into a coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope you've all enjoyed our sessions in the morning and the session before us. We are at the last session right now. And this session is all about industry-specific stories. In academia, a lot of the papers and a lot of our research actually tell us, no, it all depends. It doesn't mean that nothing matters, but on the contrary, it means a lot of factors that will come into play in these stories, and that applies to digital transformation as well. So today I'm super excited to introduce Samantha Berry, the editor-in-chief for the leading fashion magazine, Glamour. Samantha pulled the plug on print and successfully transformed the magazine to become digital last year. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna talk a little bit about pulling the plug. Sounds very brutal. The change I made at Glamour in the US, and I was excited to see the last talk that all the panelists gave their answers in threes. I'm going to give you 3 lessons that I learned from my digital transformation at Glamour. I took on the role as editor-in-chief at Glamour in the US January 2018, and I had spent about 15 years before that in newsrooms, very different to publishing. I worked at BBC World Service here in London, World News. I had started in RTE in Ireland, where I'm from, and I actually moved to America in 2014 to start a big social media team, run social media at CNN, which I don't think I knew what I was letting myself in for, which was the 2016 election and the first year of Trump. Running social media at CNN was a sleepless job, I would say. And by the time I'd left CNN, I'd built the team to be 45 people globally, Hong Kong, London, New York, Atlanta, and DC. We got to 24/7. We won a lot of journalism awards that they'd never given to social media teams. And I was really proud of my work there. And I was approached by Condé Nast to put my hat in the ring at Glamour. I'd worked in hard news for a long time, and it took me a moment to go, do I want to take on this job? And the reason I took on this women's title really was because of, first of all, its history. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how amazing the history of Glamour is. And second of all, because of the challenge of what the publishing industry is going through at the moment. I love a good challenge. So to take on a brand like Glamour, that's been around for 80 years, at a time where publishing is going through a lot of difficult things in the US in particular. I think it's the same here. But the publishing industry is having a lot of challenges. That was too exciting an opportunity for me to turn down. So a little bit about Glamour if you don't know. Glamour's 80 years this April. Here are some of the things that made me want to take this job. In 1940, the tagline for the Glamour magazine was "For the woman with a job." If you think about how progressive that was in the 40s, it was amazing. I'm the only the 8th editor Glamour's ever had in its history. There was an amazing woman called Ruth Whitney. If you haven't read about her, you should read up about her. She was the editor for 36 years, and she changed the publishing industry in America. Glamour was the first ever publication to publish Andy Warhol, an illustration. He did illustrations of shoes for Glamour magazine. It was the first magazine in America to ever put an African-American woman on the cover in the 60s. It was the first magazine, a news or a media organization in America to ever talk about sexual harassment and do investigations into it. Domestic violence, it was ahead of the curve in reporting that. It was really, really, in America in particular, it was really groundbreaking in its coverage of Roe v. Wade, and also before that, the Jane Network that was happening in colleges around America where women were giving each other abortions because it was illegal before Roe v. Wade. So it has this amazing storied past in the history of American women, and it's going through this interesting time when I took on the helm. I took over as the editor-in-chief to run print, digital, social, video, and events. I'll talk a little bit about them. But as you mentioned, in November of my first year, I decided to pull off a monthly print schedule. We still will do print, but I wanted to concentrate our efforts in Glamour in 2 places where not only can we continue to grow audience, but there was a growing revenue opportunity. We had a pretty strong subscription base in the US. 2.2 million people were subscribing to our magazine every month, but for us, it wasn't making sense to invest a lot of time and effort into publishing, where we had 2.2 million and less of an advertising pool than one would have liked, and rather to put it into a place where I thought we could win, and that is digital, social, video, and events, where we have 20+ million people and a growing revenue on all those platforms. One of the things that we did, I think one of the things when I made the decision to cut the print run was in the industry, in New York, there was this worry, like, how are you going to have your big moments? How are you going to have those big cover moments? When a magazine lands in your desk or you're buying it from the newsstands, are you still going to have those moments that are really important to a brand like Glamour that does a lot of fashion and beauty? And in January, we had our first digital cover. This is Halsey. And this digital cover, same treatment. I call it a print cover plus. We do all the things that we did in a print cover. We get a stylist and a photographer. Our photographers, though, need to do video, and that's a really important thing that we're doing when we're hiring photographers now. They need to do lots more video than just a still photography. We pull clothes from fashion houses, and we have this big moment that we unveil. We unveil the Halsey cover with our digital relaunch. And the Halsey digital cover actually got more press impressions than any of our print covers in the previous year. And for that, and for us, and for the industry, it showed we can still have those big moments, but it's done in a digital world, and they live digitally. Our latest digital cover has just been published in the last 2 hours. It's Casey Musgrave. She's a big country star with mass appeal, and she just won about 6 Grammys. Again, it's going to be a big moment for us this month, which is this big digital cover moment for us. Okay, so what did I learn from a digital transformation of a brand that's been around for 80 years? So one of the things that I thought a lot about, right? I took on this job. I loved the history of Glamour. I loved what it stood for, women's empowerment and how it serviced women across America for 80 years. And I thought a lot in the transformation, how do I keep the brand integrity but really meet readers where they are? So when I took on the role, it was very much in the midst of the Me Too era. So I wanted to build a digital hub around Me Too. I actually went to the editor of GQ and I said, can we do something together? So we built a Me Too hub together, GQ and Glamour. They'd never worked, they were in the same building, but by Condé Nast, they'd never worked on something together in a big editorial way, which I thought was surprising. So we built a big hub around Me Too, around women and men. And again, a lot of traffic to that. But this is one of my favorite things that we did in recent months. So the service journalism of a magazine like Glamour was, back in the day, women would wait for Glamour to come in, or they buy it in the newsstands, and it would be their kind of beacon of love and relationships and what's happening in health and wellness. The service journalism of women's titles is often underrated. It is a huge part of what they stand for. Women are looking for information about their lives to make them better. And back in the day, they used to wait for their print magazine to come in and tell them all about that. That's not what's happening now. So one of the first things I wanted to do in the digital transformation was take that service journalism and blow it up in a way on digital. So this was one of our biggest first digital packages. It's on the state of millennial divorce in the US. I think 90% of people that came to this, and hundreds of thousands of people came to this, came via search. And what was the reality is there was this white space. People were searching about millennial divorce in the US, and a lot of young women in particular. And there were no kind of trusted sources of great journalism around it. So we built a package of about 15 stories, everything from a woman who wrote an essay about how she would never cook for a man again after she got divorced, to, in millennial divorce, it turns out pet custody is a thing, not child custody, because a lot of them just have pets that they're trying to divide, so that's the whole thing. We gave a lot of service journalism into, said, here are the 5 things you need to know before you get divorced. And one of the things that got shared the most was, how do you set up a divorce registry? Because it turns out you need a teapot more when your husband takes half your stuff than when you're getting married at the start. But that for us, again, was keeping the core of what Glamour has always stood for, this great service to women, this great source of journalism, this great source of personal essays and tips and all of that, putting them together into this huge digital package for young people in America that were looking to get information around millennial divorce. And we drove a lot of new audience in from that. So again, a lot of them came in from search. We knew there was a white space. And a lot of them we've converted into regular audience now. Okay, lesson number 2, a change in culture. So one thing that you need to know, I came from newsrooms. They're kind of full of loud extroverts that like to throw things and shout. Publishing is not the same. Publishing is quiet. There's a lot of introverts. It's a very, it was interesting to walk in, go from CNN up in Columbus Circle to walk into One World Trade Center in downtown into the first day, and I thought everyone was so quiet. And I was like, why are they so quiet? I'd grown up in newsrooms for 15 years, and everybody's loud and annoying, and they're shouting, and they're throwing stuff. And publishing is not that. And so I came in with a plan that I really needed everybody to get on board, but I also needed to change the culture there, even just I think the energy a little bit. So I put up a load of TVs all over the place. I started coming out of my office shouting, Bill Cosby's going to jail, look at this, we need to cover this. Or like, you know, really like, we need to do this now, or kind of taking my newsroom sensibility of like getting everybody behind something. But you have to get the people on board. And when I went to Glamour, I think there was probably more of a split between these people work on print, these people work on digital, these people work on video. And I think the onus on me as an editor-in-chief was like, how do we get people to really all get behind a common goal? So the mission statement I came up with for our team was Glamour's for women of substance with something to say. So everything we do, whether it's the videos that we shoot or who we pick for our cover stars, it's all about women of substance with something to say. So you needed like a little phrase that people could get behind. When I was at CNN, my phrase was creating the CNN news habit for the next generation. Again, something you just say over and over again so people understand, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? But the change in culture for me was really important because in order to succeed, I needed to make sure that the historically print people were willing to play in the digital world. So one of our biggest successes of last year was a podcast called Broken Hearts. It is the most successful podcast of Condé Nast history ever. Has 5.5 million people downloaded it. And the two hosts were traditionally print editors. Two editors came to me early on, the books editor and the features editor. And they said, there's this story that we're interested in, and everybody's just covered it a little bit. It's the story of Sarah and Jessica Hart, white lesbian couple in America that adopted 6 black kids, and one day in March drove them off a cliff and they all died. Now, the news covered it for maybe half a day, but it was a story that 2 of my traditionally print editors really wanted to dig more into it. So they wanted to do a 6-page spread in May or September issue. And when I sent them out, I said, you can go out and do this, but I need you to get audio. Because the second I heard it, I'd started in radio in Ireland. The second I heard the story, I was like, this is audio. This is audio. So they went out and they sent the reporter and got just really, I mean, honestly, on their phone, they got audio for the first couple of interviews. And we got the audio back in-house. We did the 6-page spread in print, and we do focus groups on print, and it did really well. We put the long, extended story on digital, and people spent on average 12 minutes on the story, which in the digital world of media is spectacular. One of the editors that worked on it came to me one day and said, people have spent on average a year reading this story, because she'd tallied up all the numbers. Again, somebody that was working in print but had got into the metrics that I had liked of digital and time spent and habit, and was spitting these back to me. People had spent a whole year reading The Broken Hearts. And we started making this podcast. We went to How Stuff Works, which is one of the biggest podcast companies in America, with our audio. And the 2 people that ended up hosting this 8-series podcast, which was #1 all over Christmas and New Year's in the US, were the 2 print editors that had come with the story. They had only ever worked in print before this. And I think for me, for the rest of the team, for Condé Nast as a whole, these were 2 fantastic editors that pushed themselves last year and became some of the most popular podcast hosts in America over Christmas. And that was, for me, again, amazing change of culture. We encouraged them, we gave them the tools, we helped them to succeed. And they're working in audio. They're already planning their next podcast, which is fun. So that's really important for the change of culture. One of the other things that we did in terms of change of culture, I needed to bring everybody together around one big event. And so when I was at CNN, it was always a debate or an election. And if you work in newsrooms like that, you work in they call them war rooms because they think they're cool, like I'm in the war room. You're right, and everything is timed and it's all very urgent. But I love that because I think that does bring kind of camaraderie. Everybody's in it together. You're in it for one thing. And I needed something at Glamour to do the same early in my tenure, to bring everybody together. And luckily, an American woman married an English fella. And so there's two M's. If you put in a headline of a Glamour headline, there's two M's that you're guaranteed traffic. Meghan Markle is one, Melania Trump is the other. Meghan Markle, our audience just adore her. And I'll tell you the reason why we took a certain editorial stance with that. Melania Trump, it's kind of split. You know, some of our audience want us to put her on the cover. Some of them are afraid she's been kidnapped. Some of them are not fans of her because of her husband's decisions. But they're still really interested in because they'll always click on a Melania Trump headline. But Meghan Markle, we were going into this, again, in Condé Nast, there's Vogue, there's Vanity Fair, there's all these very storied publications. And I did something that, again, was from broadcast worlds, which is, I love a bit of competition. So I brought my team together and I said, we have to beat Vogue when it comes to the royal wedding. They may have style, but we were going to beat them. And then I also wanted to beat Vanity Fair, because I was like, they do royal coverage a lot. Let's beat the other people in the building. So I brought 25 of the team together, 5 a.m., Saturday morning in New York. Had to get buildings to turn on the lights and the heat because nobody ever comes to Condé Nast at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning. But again, I was treating this like a huge live event. I wanted us to win this. And I think for our team, it was very clear. I was like, she is a diverse American princess. She is the glamour woman, and we are going to win this. And we did win it. And we won it because we had 25 people in the room, and every people that didn't work on video were like going over and trying to cut video. We turned around a story on the pastor really quickly. We counted the minutes until the broadcast American, I think it was like 36 minutes until the wedding had ended, and somebody on NBC said, when do you think the baby's going to come? We were counting, waiting for that. But again, it was this live event that it really galvanized the Glamour team that was going through a lot of change, right? A new editor-in-chief had come in after 16 years. I was asking them to do things that they'd never done before. But we beat Vogue and we beat Vanity Fair, and we wore it as a badge of honor around the building, and it really did bring together our team and help show everybody from print and digital and social what we're trying to do together as a team. So changing culture, anything you can do to bring people along the bus with you is so important. You're not going to get everybody. Not everybody wants to change, but the willingness and as a leader to be able to galvanize and get people behind a common goal is really important. So that was lesson number 2. Lesson number 3 was, so we kept, first of all, keeping the integrity of the brand, but kind of pushing it into the future. Number 2, getting all the team and the staff along for the ride. And number 3, how do we galvanize the Glamour community? That was really important to me. Understanding our audience, who they are. We have a really cross-America audience. We did a lot of bipartisan coverage. I think one of our biggest hits actually last year was Meghan McCain wrote an essay for us after her dad, John McCain, had died. And it was a really big piece for us. But how do we galvanize the community? And I'm going to show you something, and then I'm going to throw the blue box around because I want to get all the questions. But when I took on Glamour, one of the exciting things was they had this huge franchise, this huge brand called Glamour Women of the Year. It had been around for 26 years, it started quite small, and had become it had this great name in America. It has honored, 17 heads of states, 2 chief justices, like anybody has been a Glamour Woman of the Year at some stage. But it was, when I took it on, a franchise that felt like removed from the audience. So what I mean by that, it would be a night in November that celebrities gave Celebrities Award, and it got loads of press impressions and everybody was talking about it, but it didn't feel like the Glamour community were part of it. I think the Glamour audience didn't feel part of it. So on my first year, last year, we turned it into a 3-day event. I was like, first of all, I did it because I wanted to engage with the Glamour audience, but also it's a new revenue stream for us. Young millennial women will spend money on experiences. We wanted to reach them in real life and look at new revenue drivers. So we changed Glamour Women of the Year into a 3-day event. Day 1 was experiences that you wouldn't get anywhere else, right? Because of her connections. So Patricia Field, who styled Sex and the City, she took a group of women, she went vintage shopping with them. They all bought a lot, I'm telling you now. You got to work out with the master trainers at night. You got to spray graffiti with one of the biggest female graffiti artists in America. So we had this one day of experiences, right? Everybody, I think 700 people plus got involved in the experiences, paid for tickets, came along, did something that they wouldn't get anywhere else. That was day one. Day two, we had a summit. Again, about 900 people paid for tickets. Our audience, they came, they listened to some of the winners. They had breakout sessions, they had lunches, they talked about mentorship and entrepreneurship, and they talked about body positivity and lots of different things. And then on the third night, we had the award ceremony, right? We wanted the big awards, and you'll see a little bit of that. So we turned what was a one-evening event, this great franchise, into this 3-day event, which our audience felt a part of. So this year, we're even going bigger than that. We're having Glamour Women of the Year. We're calling it across the country, across the year. We're doing a lot of editorial coverage across the year, but also New York and LA is very well served for really cool things to do. We are going to Austin and Chicago and Monterey and lots of different places because we have a lot of audience there and we want to take the glamour experience to them. So I'm going to show you a little bit of a video about what we did at Glamour last year. Oh, wait, this is where we're going. I think there's a map of America here. Hold on. Okay, so across the country. So we're taking it again this year across the country, and we're doing lots more coverage across the year. It's such a valuable franchise for us. We didn't want to just put it in November. And then this video's got sound, but this is a little insight into how we changed this franchise last year and really got the glamour community involved in something in real life.
It's not just a moment, it's a movement.
I'm so excited that so many young women are here today.
To turn the volume up on love.
My woman of the year every year, Chrissy Teigen.
Cover of Glamour Magazine right here.
We're also joined by Samantha Barry, who's editor-in-chief of Glamour Magazine.
There's a stronger woman behind all of us and behind all of you. Watching what they do changes you.
I feel like I've learned like my biggest lessons from other women. Supporting each other, stop telling yourself no.
I am como se dice out of my league.
I don't think you should ever feel quite comfortable in a room like this.
People may try to silence you. Don't let them.
Let's celebrate each other and ourselves.
So that's my 3 lessons. Now we've loads of time for questions. I just wanted to throw the blue box, to be honest with you. What do we got? Seriously, you got to have questions now. Don't be shy. All right, I don't know if my swing is that long, like, but I'll try. No.
What's been your biggest lesson learned? And if you would do one thing differently over the last few years, what would that be?
Oh, God. I think I was telling a story at breakfast. It was one of the biggest lessons I've learned as an editor is taking a step back and understanding, do you have the right people in the room? Are you getting the right people to do the job? And what I mean by that is I learned something really early on. I think, as I said, I came in at a time when it was like Me Too. And I was like, oh, what's a Me Too story that nobody has told that we're going to do? And I wanted to do a Me Too investigation into what's been happening in the differently abled and the disabled community, how it's underreported, a lot of Me Too incidences. And I thought, I was like, great, this is brilliant, I'm doing something really good. And I sent a reporter on it, and she started working and researching. And within like a day and a half, I started getting messages and tweets. And it was from people in the disabled community going, why would you put an able-bodied reporter on this? Why would you put somebody on this when there are many differently abled reporters that can tell our story better than this brilliant reporter that's come? And that was a real early learning for me. And I think all of the politics that we covered around the midterm, when we talked about, when we did coverage of the first Native American woman to join Congress, I really searched as an editor to find the right people to write the story and not have somebody parachute in from New York. And I think, yeah, that's a very specific media story. But what that lesson was, like, make sure the right people are in the room and you're listening to the right people and you're hearing from the right people. Because I think sometimes things can happen in silos of company where it's like, oh yeah, I want to change and innovation, but they're not bringing the change makers and the innovators into the room. Or if you're talking about how are we, I learn a lot from a lot of my younger editors, honestly, like I did at CNN, I do at Glamour, where they will come into the room, they'll be like, this is what we're using, this is the story that we're talking about. And I think a lot of businesses or industries talk about talking to young people or like, but they don't have those young people in the room. And I think that was probably one of the biggest learnings for me, just having the right people in the room.
And an amazing presentation, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, here we go.
Thanks a lot. This is really, really interesting. I was wondering are you able to share with us how your financials have changed? So as you've lost print revenue, has that been fully compensated by the rise in digital revenues, and maybe where your revenue streams are coming from?
So Conde is a private company, so we don't openly talk about numbers. But what I can talk in generalities, and I'm very happy to figure out. Look, I think one of the things that publishing in general has been scared about is that there's this very secure adjacent advertising in print, and it is one way to do advertising, and we know where the money comes from, and we know with the rate card. It is more difficult. Difficult's the wrong word. You have to look at different avenues of the pie, right? So if you were in publishing, your pie was made up of adjacent print advertising. When you are looking at a media title like Glamour in the digital world, and I'm looking at my revenue pie, I'm looking at, okay, what's my slice for events, right? And how can I grow that? What's my slice for branded content? What's my slice for pre-roll and mid-roll? What's my slice? I mean, nobody uses banner ads anymore, but you know what I mean. But you're looking, it's more work, it's more challenging, but the pie is more diverse and potentially is going to be much bigger than one pie of adjacency print advertising. Does that help you without saying numbers?
Thank you. I'll go here, it's closer.
Thank you very much. You, in your third point, you described the galvanizing, and in the video clip, you spoke of a movement, becoming a movement. Can you sort of tell us what things are going to be like in 5 or 10 or however many years into the future you feel? What's the movement moving towards? What's the ultimate expression of this?
I think I have crystal ball. I'm going to win the lotto. No, I think what's been really interesting for me, and it's, I come from news, but I've been really, dunked into fashion and beauty and all of these kind of industries that I had never worked in before. And I think what's interesting in those industries that I took on board when I was talking about galvanizing a movement is younger consumers are now way more conscious than I was as a teenager or a young woman. They care about what they buy and what it says about them. So when somebody buys Rihanna's Fenty line, they're doing it because of what that says about them. Not just this is great makeup, but like I'm supporting this diverse range of shades. Or whether when they buy Stella McCartney, it says something about them as a person. And what's been interesting for me as we look at younger millennial audiences, they make very conscious consumer decisions. They do not want to be associated with a brand that does not represent them. And so we do our very best to be authentic. I think one of the things that we've doubled down on that's always been, again, part of the core of Glamour is size inclusiveness and diversity, right? We don't put plus size in a corner. When you look at our site or you look at our fashion spreads or you look at anything that we do, people we put on the cover, it is a mix of, we have a great video series that's actually size 0 to size 22. And again, it's people come to us and say, oh, I love that that's part of what Glamour says. And that's how it represents me. And I think if you're trying to galvanize a tribe, it's really important, like what is an association with you or your brand saying about the person that you're trying to reach, right? And I don't think for many years that everybody thought about that. But if you think about, I'm going to name some, again, beauty brands because it's top of mind. Glossier is this billion-dollar business in the US. The founder of it started in, I think, the Vogue beauty closet. But one of the things, if you talk to people that buy Glossier, young women in particular, it's because it's part of who they are. It's not because the products are like, oh my God, this is the most groundbreaking product of like an eyebrow pencil I've ever seen. It's because it represents who they are. And I think any kind of consumer-facing brand really needs to understand what is the association that our people are having that what is being associated with you, what's it mean for them, and what are you putting out to the world. So for us at Glamour, it's women of substance with something to say. It's size inclusiveness. It's diverse. We're all about women, making women feel the very best, which is in the storied history of women's magazines, not necessarily how everybody sees them, but we at Glamour are all about making women feel the best and most beautiful as possible in every shape, form that they're in, and empowering them with knowledge. Sorry.
More minutes. No, we'll take 2 more questions.
I've got the box.
Oh, hey, you got it. Yeah, there you go.
You mentioned at one stage that you wanted to localize the product to your customer. Just tell us more about what you've done to localize the activity to the customer.
So when I say localize, it's about taking Women of the Year, the events, right? So it's not, we're not localizing in terms of the stories that we're telling. We tell stories from women across all of America. We're not creating different versions of the site in terms of local versions. But I wanted to take what we've been doing in New York in terms of events, and we've done in LA, and take them to the middle of the country. And I think, again, back to that, what it says to be in touch with your tribe or your audience, it's like I wanted to go to Austin and Chicago, Monterey this year, and really go and do some content with that audience, be in a room with the young women that read us and engage with us and watch the videos, and really have a moment in real life with them, IRL, with them. I know, right? Down with the kids. So that's what I wanted to take, and it doesn't have to be as big as what we do in New York. And that's, I think, again, it's understanding like some of them will be dinners, and some of them will be lunches, and some of them will be half-day conferences. But to have a groundhold and a foothold in those communities with our Glamour audience, I think is really important for our brand going forward. And a lot of actually the sponsors of Glamour Women of the Year, a lot of the fashion and the beauty brands are super interested in going into local markets. And there's certain markets in America that they just haven't tapped properly. And what they're seeing is that what's happening in local markets, in particular on digital, is there's these like macro influencers, right? So there's these like beauty or fashion people that have like 2,000 followers on Instagram, but they're all in the same town. And this is the woman that shifts clothes in this town. Like, this is what's happening. This is the woman that's shifting clothes and makeup in this town. And she doesn't have like 100,000 followers. She's 2,000 followers, but she is the cool girl in town that shifts makeup and clothes and style or whatever it is. So a lot of the bigger brands in America are like, wait. We can't let this go by. We need to tap into those smaller markets as well and make sure that we're in talking to those audiences.
So how big could that scale of events be throughout the country?
I mean, I'd like to think it. Yeah, I would. In an ideal world, we've got about 4 or 5 places this year. We'd go into next year with like 20, 30 like spots and go in and have events for our audience there. I mean, I don't know the scale. Do you want to give us some money?
No, it sounds like it could be a very profitable endeavor. Who's next?
I have no women that ask me a question. I'm going to throw it to a woman because it's like I need some ladies asking the questions. Sorry, no offense.
Hi.
Hi.
So you talked a lot about leadership because you came in from the top and wanted to change. I work for a publisher that's trying to, or is becoming, a data and analytics company, and I feel like instead of the senior people coming in and wanting to change, it's the younger ones that are actually trying to, but because they have this publisher mindset at the top, it's really hard to get them. So flipping it around, how would you suggest, or what would be your advice in having the people underneath trying to make the shift to actually get what the consumer wants?
I think, I mean, look, let's be honest, right? I'm going to be very frank and very honest. Like, I think when I was hired, it was like in the New York Times, it was like, ooh, surprise pick. This person from a digital and broadcast background is coming to run one of the biggest women's publishing titles in America. But the reality is it was for Condé Nast, and it was a smart move because when it got down to later in the year, and I was like, well, where do I want to invest my time and money? I wasn't sentimental about publishing. I wasn't nostalgically sentimental about, I cared about the brand and the stories, but I wasn't holding on to something just because I loved doing that. And it might have been different if they'd picked a different editor, right? It might have been a different set of affairs, but the reality is I think you're seeing it in publishing. You're seeing it across media industries in America where there's a lot of mobility across industries. So hiring the right people at the top is really important, right? And with a different mindset and a different way of doing things, but also having across the way, having people that are listening to the younger and the youngest people. One of the stories when we were at, when I was at, that was again real learning for me, I was at CNN, and I ran all social and emerging media, right? So anytime we made a decision to go on a new platform, we would like look at it, run through it to make that decision. And I remember there was a young woman, amazing young woman that I hired on my team, who really was kind of in the know in messaging apps. And she came to me one day and she was like, look, we need to be on Cake. And I was like, what's Cake? What's that? And she's like, this is what all 13 to 15-year-olds in America are using. It's a messaging app. There's a lot of emojis and stickers. And I was like, it was a different language to me. And I was like, okay. I was like, I'm intrigued, but I need you to go away and make the case for it, because I need to go make the case for it if we're going to do this. So she was young, and she took it upon herself to go research it, come in, made the case. She was like, here's the audience. They're not an audience we have. We don't have 13 to 15-year-olds digitally at CNN. Here's the types of things that we could do in an experiment. And to, Lucy and the gang's message last time, it was this like, I went into Jeff Zucker, who's the president of CNN at the time, and said, I want to go on this messaging app, Kick, because she'd convinced me. He was like, what's Kick? And I was like, don't worry about it. Just I don't need any money. I just want to do it, okay? You good? And we experimented on a very small scale. And I think by the end of it, we had like 2-3 million people following us on Kick, much younger audience. But it was done because this young person came to me with an idea, and I was, then I went to Jeff with the idea, and to the point, it wasn't like I went in and go, can I start a new primetime show at 9 o'clock on after Anderson? Can I do one of that? It was like, can I try this new thing on this new platform? It's not going to cost you any money. We're going to experiment. We're going to try something new. And if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And I think having younger people in your organization be willing to put their hand up and going, can I try this? Because I know it and you don't. Can we do this? And I think when I was at BBC World News, it was a little bit like that. I was working as a TV producer, and I did a lot of on-air about social and digital. I was known as the person that could fill air when there was no pictures, because I could talk a lot. So they would be like, no. So in TV, you need pictures, often to visualize something. And if something was happening socially or digitally and there was no pictures, just be put on air. But I was a TV person. But behind the scenes, there was a couple of us, actually. Anne-Marie Tomchak, who was the editor-in-chief at Mashable, and Ciara Reardon, who's still at BBC, were like Irish mafia, scrappy young women. And we kept putting our hands up to do things that nobody else wanted to do, right? Can we do this show about this? Can we do this? Can we try experiment with this thing on Facebook? Can we do, Facebook Live or whatever it was? And we were really trying to experiment, and we did do a lot of change at somewhere like the BBC, which is so corporate and so hierarchical. But I think making sure that you've got a culture and an environment that the younger people on the team feel empowered to put their hands up and try something, and for the older people to be like, I don't understand that, but tell me what we should be doing. Is that a very long-winded answer? Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Samantha. That was a great talk. Okay, so we have a panel to follow. Do we have a break before?
No, we're straight
yeah,
through.
okay, straight through.
Please to know we're going to go straight through,
Yep.
finish, and then there's strings.
Excellent. Yeah, so following what Samantha just said, thinking outside the box, hiring people from outside the industry, there's something really exciting we are seeing increasingly in this new wave of digital transformation, because really the boundaries between industries are becoming more and more blurred. And hence the introduction of this panel, which is a combination of people from different industries. We have people from the financial industry, Zaka from the Lloyds Bank, and who has been leading the end-to-end digital transformation within the bank. We have Sukand from BCG. Again, Sukand has experience with financial institutions as well as outside the financial industry. We have Vamsi, who is a data analyst at Google. Again, with lots of experience with data, thinking about how the data architecture, how we can leverage data to rethink consumer behavior. And then we have Fabian, who I knew when I was a PhD student as the leading figure of Ethereum. So within the Ethereum community, for your reference, if you are not familiar with blockchain, Ethereum is the second biggest blockchain, just after Bitcoin. So he was the leading figure over there. He established this ERC20 token standard, which is now being adopted as the main standard for smart contracts. He is also the developer for the Ethereum wallet. But now he's moving into the fashion industry. He's creating a blockchain for the fashion industry. So without further ado, let's welcome this exciting panel. So how the panel is going to...
Are you going to spell?
Do we have not?
One missing.
One. Can we have one more chair?
Got the count right.
Thank you. So we are going to hear their digital transformation story, and then we'll open up the floor to our audience. So Zach, why don't you just start?
Yeah, so I mean, at Lloyd's, we are probably onto our fourth cycle of digital transformation. So we started about 10, 11 years ago, just looking at our legacy internet banking platform, really old, not many customers using it, and we felt it was time to do a re-platform. And so first thing we did was basically, with no real expectations or aspirations beyond, we had a subscale, funky old system to replace it. We convened a set of people in a corner and fixed budget, fixed timetable, and said, can we just re-platform that and get the customers from the legacy platform onto the new platform? Please don't break anything. And the rest of us are actually doing more important things. So if you could just get on with that in the next 18 months, that would be great. So we did that, and necessity being the mother of invention, we kind of not enough money, and so we used to think about how to bring teams together, different cross skills, and we managed to get everybody over, and we quickly then moved into the next cycle where the platform had begun to open up sales functionality as well, so customers could actually open new products. And so then it became from platform into a channel business. And as a business, it had a shadow P&L, it had a bunch of other considerations, it had to think about risks very differently, and how the team was organised, kind of flexed, how we thought about innovation and infrastructure, how we invested our money. And that ran for a number of years. And as part of it, at that point, we were sat inside the retail bank as effectively a channel and a business. And it became clear, though, even though the retail business had become quite digitized in that sense, that lots of customers were now beginning to use the channel, we were not being less successful having any digital impact around the rest of the group. So the insurance part of the business, the commercial part of the business, we weren't really seeing much action. And we got into a bit of a strategic debate about then lifting what was that internet business to be a centre of excellence for the whole group. And so that was kind of incarnation 3. And as well as building and then running the channels, all the digital channels for the group, it also became, as part of innovation, also a bit of a, how do we change the culture of the organisation? How do we change the way people are thinking about what they do? And during that period, the business metrics were going really well. Net Promoter Score was marching through 50s and into the low 60s. The contribution towards sales had gone up, where half of the retail bank sales were now coming out of the internet channel, and the business was scaled from the original 100 people I had in the programme, and we put up to about 500, 600 people in the business. And it was a nice sized business, frankly, something you felt like you could really impact as a team. But it became really evident that even though we were now delivering for the group in terms of digital capability, we still were beginning to get kind of myopia about the channel. We were all being very customer-centric from the point of log in to log off, and not being very customer-centric if the customer then wandered into the branch or picked up the telephone. And so that's where we felt, we need to adapt again. It is time for yet another change. And so we did some more experimentation and said, look, how do we need to think differently about designing and optimizing the things we do for customers across our functional silos? Because like any big organization, it's a very functionalized organization. The bank had been very successful getting economies from scale by functionalizing and centralizing. And yet when we looked at a customer journey, helping customers move home, it was hitting multiple channels, front office, back office, underwriting, many different systems and applications, and how we were going about changing that process for that customer, how we were organized to support that process, the technology set, the policy, the customer experience design, all of those things was being fragmented in the way we were attacking the problem. So the next cycle that we're in became more about flipping the organization to becoming customer journey centric and organizing all of our improvement effort to thinking about life from when a customer arrives in the organization, regardless of where they arrive, to fulfill a particular need till that need is met. And that's the cycle we're currently on. And as part of that, we brought together all of the things that we feel we need to assemble to make real deep, impactful change on the things we do for customers. So that was bring all the technology function together, bring all the chief data officers that were around the place into one central unit so we could really get mastery of customer information and how we use insight, get innovation brought in. The business had its project managers, technology had its project managers, spend all the time talking to each other. Well, we said, let's just bring all of them together and bring the digital function in and create one unit called transformation. And that's our last incarnation. So we've now, a bit like some of the previous panels, stopped talking about digital and digital transformation because digital for us became quite problematic in the language. It was starting, as a digital function. I felt we were starting to risk separating from the rest of the organisation, being here's the new part of the organisation, there's the old part of the organisation. Really unhelpful. And so this last incarnation of losing that, the language we now use is the role of the transformation unit is to lead the transformation from the back of the organisation, and the business's job is to lead from the front of the organisation. So we really want to make sure it's a top to bottom, all-encompassing change, and that's, in my mind, the next kind of cycle we now need to get into.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll come back to that later. So
I guess from our context, I'm assuming people have heard about BCG. We are an advisor to most companies around that. Maybe not you yet, but that will happen soon, I suspect. But for us to exist, we have no assets, right? So our assets are people and ideas. So for us to exist, we always have to be a step or two ahead of our clients at any given point in time. We don't necessarily need to be cutting edge, but we need to be at least with our clients, if not one step ahead. And I would have loved to say that we figured the digital thing out about whatever you said 10 or 12 years ago. We didn't. I think we've been on that journey, I suspect, 7 years or so. And I think we very quickly realized that there are two things which we needed to change. One is any of our advice we give to our clients, we need to really think about digital and implications of digital and how we advise clients. But equally, we needed to change because digital required us to be different. And so if you'd come to BCG 5-7 years ago, we would have talked to one unit of BCG. Now we were about 11 different units. There are units which focus very specifically on data and analytics. There are units which focus very much on technical architecture. There are units which focus on purpose and culture. There are units which is still the traditional BCG. We also have teams which are very, very aligned towards building ecosystems and partnerships with cloud providers, with technical service providers, with actually, interestingly, designers and ideators, so IDEO labs and those types. And the reason we needed to do all of that is to actually have impact with clients across industries on the world of digital. We had to bring a lot more competencies, some of which we could house ourselves. A lot of it we had to actually be the orchestrator and the integrator of. And two quick things for me which really bring to light the journey that we have had to go through on behalf of our clients. The first thing is our purpose has been generally very clear as BCG. We want to unleash the power of the leaders of the future. And then we were trying to figure out where do we put digital into this middle of this, because when we were having this debate, and we realized that we couldn't. And to your point, I'll reinforce this, digital cannot be something separate. So luckily, we didn't make that mistake of putting digital in the middle of it. We said digital enables every word in there, right? It needs to be, if you're talking about unleashing, it needs to be about how does digital enable that. If it's about the power, it needs to be about how can digital enforce and reinforce it, right? Who are the leaders of the future? Well, digital might create different leaders of the future we need to be serving. So we actually didn't try and force fit digital into what our purpose was. We said digital will become just the way we be and how we advise our clients. And all I would say is we were lucky, right? If anybody says that we had perfect foresight and we had the crystal ball, really, I think that's a good story to write in hindsight. I think prospectively we just experimented and got to the right place. I think for me, the three things which I would say we should discuss and debate if this is of interest is the customer journey and the customer centricity, which is quite critical to digital. Second is changing fundamentally the ways of working, because the mindset of large capital projects, which is the de facto standard of how investments have happened in many industries forever, which is you plan, and then you design, and then magic happens and you deliver, right? That isn't going to exist because the world is changing too fast. The entropy of business has increased so much that whole plan, design, execute doesn't work. So it's a question of how do you change that mindset to actually do things differently. And the third one is genuinely breaking through silos and starting to create cross-functional teams. So I think that's all I will say. Next time around, I'll use the microphone.
Vamsi, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm from Google. I still don't understand what digital means, so still trying to figure it out. Luckily, from our side, we are a 20-year-old company now. If you think about the digital transformation within Google, I guess we are quite, we were quite fortunate that we were born in a time where the digital was the key thing. So if you look at 20 years back, the way we started was, the mission of Google still is the same. We were here to manage world information. I think that's very relevant today as well. So the way we think about going transformation within Google or innovation is, we think as Zach was mentioning, is putting the culture as a core. It's not just the technology we bring to the table, how we actually share information within Google, how we share the data, how we innovate based on what the data is saying. Just to give an example, for example, if you're looking at Google search engine, we do collect a lot of metrics behind it, consumer behavior, what are the trends which are happening behind it, what products are working, what products are not working. So for us, when we started the journey, there was no technology out there which could help us to sort of organize world's information. We didn't have anything, so we had to invent some. So that's what the whole purpose of the new things, like we hear a lot of things about big data, machine learning, AI, this is all the terms, but Google has been doing it over the past 20 years. So our role currently is what we have learned within Google, how we actually create new products from data, how do we take the data to actually improve innovation, improve culture. We want to externalize that outside with something called cloud. And don't ask me why it's called cloud, I have no clue, because the data is not in the cloud, it's actually physically sitting in the data centers within Google. So coming back to the whole architecture of what these technologies are, you don't expect companies, organizations to create machine learning algorithms, create new technologies. I think that's what we are here for. I think that's what we are good at. We are an engineering company. So what we are now are looking at is abstracting the complexity from what we have developed and opening up those technologies to innovate in terms of consumer behavior. How do you actually enhance consumer experience in any industry, for example? So when you call a call center, for example, how do you analyze the speech? What the people are saying, how do you analyze the sentiment behind it? So these are all the tools we are providing to the organizations to help them understand what the consumer behavior looks like, and then take the data and actually go and actually potentially predict what the consumers might need moving forward. So those are some of the concepts. So just to summarize, Google is an engineering company, and we do a lot of digital transformation with ourselves, and for them, the culture is the key. And whatever we innovate currently, we are going to externalize. We call it as APIs, which is more like an application programming interface, which is more like we don't have to worry about the underlying nitty-gritty of things. If you want to analyze voice, if you want to translate something, you just fire this app and actually put all the blocks together to create the solutions what we want. So that's sort of a background. I'm happy to take any questions you might want. And first of all, I don't have access to any of your Google search, history. That's a common question before anyone asks me.
Yeah, I'm sure that will come up. Thank you so much, Fabian.
Yeah, so I'm a bit the outcast here in the group. I probably have not much to share about how to transform your organization internally, because I'm coming from a very different angle. I'm coming from the open source space, and in fact the blockchain space, which only exists now. It actually exists now 10 years, but that plethora of blockchains only exists like 5 years. And I worked the last 4 years at the Ethereum Foundation, and have built the first Web3 interfaces and the standard, which is actually the ERC20 standard is actually the standard which is used by most tokens today. And in respective created then this ICO bubble you have seen, and the 20 billion market we have around that. That's a complete new world that has not much to do with the last 20 years of the internet yet, because it's now an infrastructure which creates actually internet of value, and that these effects are already visible because we have at the peak a 500 billion market cap, and we have a 100 billion market cap of cryptos now. But these effects will be very visible in the next coming years. And since a year I'm working on a project called Luxo, and we are initiating a decentralized infrastructure for the fashion and lifestyle vertical. That means bringing blockchain to the fashion world. That would actually be a very nice fit to the previous talk we had.
Exactly, yeah.
Continuing this here right now. And most people probably ask, okay, what the heck is this? How you combine these two things? In fact, it's very interesting that the blockchain itself is like a totally popular tech, and it's totally low tech. It's even more low tech than databases because it has a lot of cryptography. Not encryption, cryptography. And it's extremely popular because it has value attached to it, and it has a lot of people having a lot of stake in it. So Luxo itself is a blockchain platform, a network we initiate where innovation can happen the same we have seen that on Ethereum. So there's this specific thing around programmable blockchain, and Ethereum being the first of it, that you can program, and you can write a program and you can install that on a blockchain. Doing that, you not have a super efficient program. In fact, you have probably a Nokia 3210 computer system on a blockchain, but you now have a program that can actually transfer indirect value and transfer ownership. And that's a huge deal, because for that, so far, we needed a lot of banks, institutions, governments, and a humongous amount of infrastructure and trust. Now this can be 200 lines of code, and it can move millions if you want to. And it has, and it does actually every day. If you do this for the fashion and lifestyle industry, you can improve the past. You can actually create provenance and supply chain transparency and all of these things. But you can do a lot of more, new things which are not yet in the picture. And we, as the Luxo company that initiates the network, we are not only building the network, but we're also building use cases and showcases that can show what can be done in that space, and invite anybody else to come and build on top of it as well. It's a public, open, permissionless network. It's not yet live, but it will be live in a few months. And then everybody can build on it. They don't have to come ask us. It's an open, decentralized infrastructure. It's not even owned by us. It's actually owned then by everybody. Same like any other blockchain, we have at least the public ones. And we have defined 3 verticals. The first vertical is authentication. That is the process of putting tags, chips, or secure things that you can identify a product in, for example, a handbag or in a watch. And now you can own these things digitally. By owning these things digitally, they now get a whole new life with it. Meaning you can have secondary markets, and you buy a real thing. You can have a customer engagement you couldn't have before because they now have a address on the blockchain owning it, and you can send whatever. You can invite this person, give it benefits, give it event invites, give it whatever you want, even monetary value. He can prove the ownership or the possession the moment he comes to your store. So all the warranty, all the customer relationships, which we right now have with loyalty programs, which are basically totally failed, because who wants to have another plastic card in his wallet for the next loyalty program of something he never maintains anyway? So you can improve a lot of these old things, right? And that's great. But actually more interesting is the future we are moving towards. And there was a lot about digital transformation, and we have to adopt and so on, and that's already going the last 30 years like this, last 20 years, definitely. We are already in 2019, so that's crazy in itself. We have already 30 years of internet, public, mainstream use internet. But we are at a shift of, as a society and in technology, where there come radical changes. The way of how, and the foundations of society itself, how we work currently is based on institutions, is based on infrastructure, which are there sometimes for more than hundreds of years. And they will completely be shattered in its basis, because we now have mathematics and cryptography to solve those, or to take those roles. And the benefit of that is, first and foremost, it's uncorruptible. It might have a bug, but it's uncorruptible. So there's no personal interest involved if you talk to a machine. And if you talk to code, it means you can transfer value and it will not try to steal it. The interesting thing here is that we are coming now, and we have seen it already in the blockchain space, we are now 10 years in that blockchain space world, right? Had these billions of dollar markets. That there are things coming that which are not foreseeable, or they're foreseeable if you're in the space, but they look from the outside, probably they will come, and then what happened, people will not know what happened. So we have to find two other pillars of use cases that we will initially build on Luxo, and which anybody can build as well. And this is tokenization. That's a very big one. That's already in the blockchain space the case. This means, imagine your brand has a token, or a collection you give has a token. Or imagine an influencer has a token. And an influencer can tokenize its followership. So he doesn't have 100,000 followers. Now he has 100,000 people owning a certain amount of its token, meaning you have a weighted followership. That means you have more important people to you than others which are less important. Meaning also, if you now have different influencer tokens and they are traded, you actually have a monetary reference of what is your popularity in a way. You can also have just token for events. So imagine you come out of this event and you have a token that is attached you only receive when you're here. So you now have a provable ownership that you've been at this event, which you could show on all kind of platforms because it's independent of any platform. Tokenization around personal tokens, brand tokens, event tokens, and whatnot, and also a lot of meme tokens or just trends. We actually have a blockchain called Dogecoin based on a dog meme. So somebody misspelled dog, and then out came Doge, and out came a blockchain at some point, and the market cap was $2 billion at the peak, and it's I think around 200 million now. And it's purely based around a meme. So that's just showing you what's coming here. And the third pillar, and that's a very fascinating one, and it's why actually people coming to us, is purely digital fashion items. Purely digital fashion items means 3D clothes you can wear using your phone's camera, like Snapchat filters just for clothes. And the benefit if you put them on the blockchain, that you create a digital collectible that is ownable, transferable, and it's scarce, because you can have a designer produce an item saying I only create 100,000 of those. So it means only 100,000 of those are ownable now. Then you create a digital collectibles market, and we have seen that with CryptoKitties. Not sure if you heard about that. So there's this thing which happened on the Ethereum blockchain a year ago, or actually it's almost 2 years ago now. Somebody created a kitty. It's a smart contract. It's a little program on the blockchain representing a kitty, and you can breed your kitty to produce new kitties, and then you can sell them. And the uniqueness of the kitty image, the uniqueness of the kitty image is based on the logic of the smart contract. So every kitty is totally unique based on the hash of the smart contract. And those are traded today. So we have a lot of crypto collectibles now, and the most expensive CryptoKitty was sold for $140,000 in an auction. And in fact, the person who bought it is one of our advisors in our project. But the interesting thing here is that there's this digital scarcity, which is totally attractive. And this is something which didn't exist yet before, and without blockchain, it's totally impossible. So you have things that are digitally, so you can physically copy them, or you could digitally copy them easily, because anything is copiable on the internet, but only one person can own it. Means if you want to trade it on exchange, only one person is able to move it, right, to this exchange and trade it and receive the money for it. So you create digital scarcity that is something which didn't exist yet. And if you look at Fortnite, for example, made profit of $3 billion just last year, selling purely 3D items and dance moves, which later with the first Marshmallow concert in Fortnite actually was very useful to have the dance moves. We see that there's a demand for it and there's an interest. In Fortnite, the problem is everything is owned by Epic Games. It's a totally centralized system. You spend your money to get these things, but they don't live outside of Fortnite. They just live in this closed ecosystem. If you own digital items on the blockchain, you can now take them to whatever space you want. Wear them now with your phone, share them on Instagram, how you wear like crazy looking things, which are physically impossible. But you can also use them in a computer game if your computer game starts to adopt them. But you can also wear them in VR. And VR is coming and will be here very soon, strongly for almost everybody. And you will be also wearing them in whatever other places it could exist, right? And these three pillars, these are a lot of use cases which can just happen in these pillars, is what we foresee initially and what we also build ourselves to initiate that future digital fashion ecosystem, which doesn't exist yet.
Thank you so much. I think it's time to open up the floor to our audience, because I'm sure there are lots of questions for our panelists. But
Can I come back on one thing, please? But it's just I was thinking about all of the fantastic examples you were talking about. I do need to do this, right? So I think I'm in a business school, and if there are any professors here, anybody who understands Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I think it needs a rethink. Because now we're going to this level of abstraction where we are attaching value, and I'm like, it's way beyond the 7 levels of Maslow's hierarchy.
Yeah.
Maslow's hierarchy is going to be a spectacular failure, right? Because we're creating markets where I can't put tangible economic value to, but clearly there is trading going on in there. So somebody please refresh Maslow's hierarchy.
Yes, please. Michael?
I have a comment and a question. First, I think you said a number of really interesting things, but the most interesting thing you talked about was the idea of being able to identify ownership of information. So I think that one of the conundrums of information is that up until now, it couldn't be owned, and you might create it, but then it could be multiplied in an infinite number of copies, and it didn't necessarily redound to the original owner. So to me, that sounds like something really new and potentially very interesting. But the question I have for you, you talk about tokenization. Do you see, or is this already happening, that it's possible for people to have to tokenize their own identity, such that you could know that it's you and not somebody else? And is that a way maybe of getting around things like passwords, showing your passport and I don't know what else when opening a bank account, et
That's a good question. Funny enough, I proposed a standard for identity on the blockchain. There's an alliance forming around that. That's just, yes, you actually can do that. It's not tokenizing really, but there's actually the W3C, which is the World Wide Web Consortium working standards. They are working on a system called DIDs. That's actually self-sovereign decentralized identity. That's something which is in the works and will be used. The system the smart contract standard I proposed is for the identity on the blockchain. It's called ERC 725, and this is about identity for public personas or companies or institutions. That's something which is inherently public because it's on the blockchain. I would like to say something more to this the first thing you said was?
It was, about being able unambiguously to own information.
So we have to make a difference here. I'm coming from the open source world. How I grew up and what I build is like being now a developer, a software developer for more than, 18 years or so. And I've built always everything open source, means it's like you code something, you describe how it works, and you make a lot of documentation, you put it out there for everybody just to take it and do whatever they want. You might put a license to it, which makes it more or less restrictive, but most of the time it means do whatever you want. And owning information doesn't necessarily mean nobody can copy it. So if you want to make information restricted, means it has to be in a vault only one person can access. And there's a lot of like cryptographic tools called zero knowledge proofs to even make this even more complex and better without actually central parties and so on. But most of the time it will be about not who can access it. Ideally, everybody can access it. Ideally, things are always transparent. For example, with these digital fashion clothes, I mean, you could simply, or the crypto kitties, you can go to the website and download this image. Anybody could download the kitty image. But if you can have a clear register of who is the owner of that information, then it's clear who can sell it and who can trade it. And the value comes not from having it on your computer, the value comes from being able to sell it again. And that's kind of like versus it. That also could actually work for identity as well. But if you're talking about like securing it, that's more like, how access control systems, where do you put the data and how this data is secured and who has access to it. And there are ways to decentralize that as well.
Just one more comment and then I'll give this up, but I guess a bit of a question. And one of the central concerns currently with the data giants is that they give us shiny toys, we give up our information, which is hugely valuable in exchange. Is this a way perhaps for individuals to be able to monetize their own data?
Yeah, so everything will turn upside down or inside out.
That's what I think.
We are on the merge of, and on the advent of decentralized infrastructure. The internet itself is the first example of a decentralized infrastructure, but now with blockchain, and it's called the Web3. I built the first Web3 browser. We are actually re-architecturing how applications work. And it's not anymore a server-client relationship. So the server-client relationship means there's a server, some company sets up a server, and then everybody gets like data from that server, and this is the thing, the system which calculates, does the operations and everything, and everybody else is just a receiver, right? And if we want to use a service, we have to create an account, and we give every our data into this pot, so they do the calculation, whatever they do, and we are the user of it. Decentralized architecture reverses that. It puts actually the operation on your side, and create a distributed network of how you have exchange between different parties. And so now with the same blockchain, over the last 5 years, we have something called DApps, decentralized applications. They're very different architecture. And that actually will enable a society where it's more based on rules we can all agree on, and there's no central party who can just who has to, who is in charge. And for example, the GDPR and all of these laws, they are made based on the infrastructure we have before. But there's some data processor who does just everybody for everybody else. So we have to get the law in place that makes sure that they are behaving correctly. That, in fact, even stands totally contrary to the new decentralized architectures. The decentralized architectures are not there with scalability yet where the Web 2.0 is. So you couldn't create the same scalability yet. But this is just a matter of time. I mean, we also had LCD displays that looked pretty bad and had 16 pixels, maybe were black and white, and we are at 8K today. So it's only a matter of time of how this architecture improves. But the way is decentralized. That's absolutely the future.
Can I comment on one thing on this one? There is a cost to everything. And let's just live in this world of pragmatism where you have to decide on where the cost is born. Right? A question I'll pose to the room, right? Do you know who's got the biggest wide area network in the world?
The biggest what network?
The wide area network which powers the internet. You'll never see it publicized, but that company is on this panel.
It's true.
Okay. Nobody will talk about it, right? Are they charging you guys for it? Zip. Right? There is a cost. So don't think things come for free. Decentralized networks are great concepts, but figure out who's going to pay for it.
So Vamsi, do you have
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments.
anything to say?
I think I do agree, Sukand, in terms of the sentiment. I think end of the day, look, as a company, we have certain principles, in terms of privacy and all. Yes, we have to make, obviously, money to our shareholders, and we have to improve our products. Do you know that 40% of the whole internet traffic goes through our network? We have underlying sea cables. We have invested billions and billions of dollars of infrastructure so that you can watch YouTube and you can actually search. Yeah. So coming back to your question about where is that limit of what we can do with your privacy data? The fundamental thing is this: look, whatever we do, we always tend to provide a service to our customers. Yeah. So for example, if you're using a Gmail, there's this concept of smart reply where you're typing something, it automatically sort of recommending things. And we cannot develop something like that until we actually understand what the users are typing. So fundamentally, analyzing, there's no one person sitting there and analyzing what you're typing. It's just that the machine learning algorithms are churning out data at a very aggregate level so that we can improve our products and provide better services to our customers. And that's how we invented Google Home, for example. And one of the key problems is, how do you understand speech? It's such a difficult problem to solve. There is no way Google have solved the problem unless we have this type of contributed data set we have. So I think there's a balance. I think the fundamental thing is, as I said, we have AI principles. Don't be evil, respect the customer, and create products for everyone. So Google firmly believes in that. Obviously we have to make money. That's why we do a lot of products. But the underlying ethos is to actually improve the customer, we want to serve better customer experience for our consumers, basically.
And building on that, let's have a view from Zach, because we talked about PSD2 over the break, and we talk about the implication of data sharing and all that. I don't know, from a big bank's perspective, what does that really mean to you, and what's the implication really?
So I think it's still very early days on open banking and PSD2. So we're seeing relatively modest take-up thus far, but it's definitely one of those changes that will have a much more fundamental shift in the long term. But in the short term, we've got customers who are definitely inquisitive about it, and you can see lots of people clicking on the, what is this thing, what do I do? And as part of our customer research, you will find 30% of the customers we're talking to are make an association, the use of language, right? Open banking. Does that mean you're going to take my data and make it very open and transparent to everybody? And I really don't want to do that. So, all of these things that are, I think, being driven for very sensible reasons to improve competition, improve customer choice, raise the bar on service propositions for customers, they will take time. I think as customers are definitely, in this instance, still waiting for the killer use case to turn up, but it will come. I think all of these changes are downstream, but it is easy sometimes to forget what most customers' local needs are, and I think finding something that meets their immediate needs very simply and solves the problems that they have. And at this stage, it feels where people have a number of concerns. Primarily, security of information is definitely one. Trust is, key, and they just want to get on with their daily lives and get rid of the friction and find services that make those things disappear for them. And the best organisations do that well. And I think that's the challenge.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So we have to stop here, but we have social time after Mark's wrap-up speech.
Yeah,
so
I hate to break it up, but we want to end on time, which is in 6 minutes. So shall we give a round of applause for it?
Thank you so much.
So it falls to me
to sort of wrap up what we've done today, see if we've delivered on the promises that we had, and do some thank yous. So that we'll do quickly. We said earlier that what we were going to try to do anyway was talk about the challengers and incumbents, that we were going to demystify the concept of digital transformation, digital, whatever you want to call it, that we were going to talk about journeys, give some practical takeaways and some stuff you can try. So I hope that we did that, and if we didn't do that, then please, find me and kind of put me in a corner over there and beat me up after. I also promised that we'd kind of give you a feel-good send-off, and so I'm going to do that quickly. Let's see. Do I need the slides for that? Yeah, okay, I'll do it with the slides. It'll go quickly. I'm going to go through this and skip some stuff. And I'm going to say, we're talking about change and innovation, and many of you will have heard of this Clay Christensen book that came out right before the internet boom, called The Innovator's Dilemma. And it basically said big companies really can't change. It's kind of a life is a bummer and then you die sort of story. And it's compelling, but and the solution is harder than the problem. And so this is how one executive put this. The problem is not that people never see changes coming. They do. It's just that they can't get away from the pull of established businesses. The problem is, so just to paraphrase that, we can see the storms coming, but we just can't respond. And I don't know about you, but I just don't buy that. I just don't. So what Fabian was just saying is that decentralization is the future. And you can feel it. He believes it, right? Is Fabian still here? It just stepped out. So he's already gone to the future right now, okay? That's how much he believes it, okay? So, this very brief story explains why I think this whole idea that we can't change is wrong. This is the interior of a modern cruise ship, and it's spacious. Not tasteful, perhaps, but spacious, okay? It looks to me like the Jetsons sort of crammed into a big boat. Some of these boats are also very luxurious. These boats, not so much. These are the lifeboats. The seating on these is relatively packed. It makes, like the economy section of an airplane looks spacious and just comfortable. And the boarding process is a nightmare. If you're claustrophobic, you would probably just rather be killed than experience this, which it's day-glow orange here in the picture, but actually, in real life, that's dark. So you're basically jumping down a dark rubbish tip off, like the kind that come off of the side of a building, and the fact that you are bigger than the actual chute is what keeps you from falling so fast that you break things. You still hope you don't land on somebody when you get down there. Still, if you're on a really big boat, like this one, this is an inter-island ferry that used to run between the North and South Island of New Zealand. A ferry I actually took when I was a kid, and I can tell you it's pretty rough sometimes. All the seas kind of flow right in there. There's times that if you're on a really big boat like this one, you're going to get into a small one instead, if you act before it's too late. On that day, fortunately, the captain did, and not everyone died, but some people did. Now, the story might be like, wow, thanks, Mark. Life's a bummer, then you die, but some people might not die, okay? Where's the feel-good ending, okay? But here's the thing, you don't have to do this, okay? Because you could actually stay in port, reroute, do a whole bunch of other things. So as we're talking about these sort of killer storms and big waves of innovation, we actually want to ride these things. But you're not going to be able to do that if you don't think that they're out there. So the thing is, knowing when to really act actually makes scary stuff doable. If you don't believe it's going to happen, then you're just going to kind of carry on merrily as you were until something falls on your head and you are no more. So a lot of what we're talking about today, and this is really, I love the way that we ended today. That last session, I mean, I was looking around and people were like, oh my gosh, I have no idea what that is. Yeah, exactly. Is it really going to happen? I hope not. It's one of those things, right? So what we are trying to do is to reach out to you and say, you know what, let's figure this thing out together. Here's a simple prescription. You can get people out of a big boat into a little one, even in a big storm, but only when really necessary. That's what the lifeboat thing tells us. You don't want to get into those things, by the way. You want to avoid that hugely. But if you're really convinced that it's going to happen, you can do it. And for that, you need an effective storm watch, evacuation routines and safety drills, and clear triggers for when to launch the lifeboats. And people can do that. I was shopping with one of my daughters in Topshop, and some terrible thing happened, and some guy gets on the thing and says, everybody get out of the store now. Walk, don't run. Much better than that, okay? Everybody did it calmly. They practiced it. They knew what to do. They'd worked it out. They were able to make that happen. If we can use the things that we're talking about now, this sort of sense-making that we have from all of us, we can take advantage of this. Knowing when to really act will make scary stuff doable. And then you'll be the ones that are making this stuff happen. And it will be some small organizations and some big organizations. But all of us, let's work together. We can do this, people. Okay, here's the thanks. There were a lot of people that worked to make this day possible. Obviously, you've seen my academic co-organizers, Erika Autio and Ying She. So thank you, co-organizers. Fantastic job for the work. More importantly, I would say we're very thankful to the Dean's Office, to Francisco, and to the marketing team here and our events team. And so I'm thinking specifically of Tim Ruthven, Ed Whisker, and especially Megan Taylor Silva, who basically was the boss of us all and made all this happen. And I have to give a shout out to Lorraine Sheehy, my PA, who makes everything work for me. So if I left anybody out, slap me for that too. But thank you very much for coming in. I don't know if you want to say any kind of thank you and goodbye, Francisco, but you're here. Okay, well, fantastic. Drinks outside. Great day, everyone. Thanks a lot.